That's a good
Yep.
start. Thank you. Let's hope the rest goes as smoothly. Okay, so I guess welcome to the Invasion session 76. 76? Those are the right words, yeah. I'm Ryan, the GM, and it is the 5th of January 2022. We are in that super space future, folks. Yeah, here are the players.
Good evening. My name is Alexander, and tonight I'll be playing Fleabite the Skaven, who's still pretty terrible at everything, and my audio might be a bit odd.
Deal.
Ew.
Hey! Hello, Siren.
Evening, everyone. My name's Chris, and tonight I'm going to be Keldrath, the Dragonborn monk.
Excellent.
And hello from me, Colin, who will be playing Vanger, the Dwarven Cleric Druid.
Excellent. Well, we're all here. Hello, Siren, again, and thank you very much. What do you remember from last time?
Not much. No, that's as established quite a lot. I remember distinctly going to the library and there being perhaps someone else inside.
Yes,
I
yes.
remember a Keldrath making some questionable decisions in a conversation in the hallway. And I remember, as I said, before we were on, Rat Boy finishing the quest. Theoretically, we'll see.
And it's Fleabite, so we'll see how the commitment goes. Yes. Yeah, that is pretty much what I remember as well. We had the party were in Barris. These were met by 10th and Illicid. You have spoke to your like kind of guide, handler, envoy, I guess, Betuv, Abaru. You have seen a library that the Illithid don't seem to be aware of by Betuv. He's shown you that. You've then had this plan to try and sneak back in to the library and get a wee nosy around. Fleabite and Cynthia decided to sneak off elsewhere to go exploring to find the entrance into the what is, I guess, now the egg chamber, I guess? The Cavern du Egg.
Scampering through the Denethorium.
Yes, indeed. The Denethorium in its glory. And, yeah. So, yeah, we had Keldrath caught in the hallway. I had a nice philosophical debate about a rock with 10th, and then taken to a kitchen. Meals were discussed in the most vaguest way possible, as 10th always is. And then we had Vanger get himself through the crystal kind of, locked door to find out he's not alone in the library. I do distinctly remember you closed the door behind you as well.
Yes, I do recall that.
Yeah, as well. So yeah, that's not bad as a wee reminder. That's pretty much what I remember. So if anything else happened, right. Goals, everybody. What are those? And what are they?
Things aim for.
Yes.
Sort of like targets.
Yeah. Any particular examples from this game that you can give me, Colin?
Oh no. Yeah, so the general goals I can go through first if you would
Please
like.
do, yeah.
Free the Baru, or Baru even, from the Illithid. Decide fate of Dragon Egg smiley face. Stop the deaths Cynthia predicted. Defeat Menglod and secure safe exit from mountain. Free Baru, that still seems like something we should be aiming for, probably. Decide fate of Dragon Egg. Perhaps that's about to happen. Stop the deaths Cynthia predicted. I don't think that's happening. But
fair.
We don't necessarily have a huge amount we can sort of stick in there at the moment, as far as I can see it. But
yeah,
Menglod is perhaps something that we can achieve in the longer term. Secure save exit for the mountain. That seems almost like it's a matter of just asking Cynthia for some help after we do what we need to do. But we shall see. I can do mine and
Yeah.
leave the others for
Yeah.
the guys. And my current one is no longer the staff one. I've put learn reasons for fall of the Genasi because, interesting.
I think so. Yeah. And Fleabite.
Fleabite's goal is to convince Wenger that his will to avoid cold-blooded violence will lead to worse consequences.
Yes. And Keldrath.
Moment it is to awaken the dragon.
Yes. So, where to start with the three of
Not
you?
with me.
I mean, funny you should say that. That was my instinct. So, yeah. Let's see what you're up to, Keldrath.
Yeah, thank you for that.
So, the kitchens of the Zaha Hadid Palace of the Baru. Large. There are other Baru here in this kitchen. Okay. It's not as busy as you'd maybe think for the size of the building that you're in, but it is big and it definitely does have people in it, like being busy. So this is maybe like the first time you've actually seen people moving around the actual like palace that are, staff-like. Because I think I'd mentioned before when you were given the tour and stuff, it was kind of like quite empty, as if you were being like delivered through a pocket of staff avoiding you and such. So you were definitely being handled. But yeah, so you're there. I believe Tenth is still there with you. Yes.
That's very nice. Can we move along? Next person up, please.
It's like I'll pass on this one, thank you, GM.
Yes. Can we roll for that?
If only that was an option, eh? If only. It's like, am I going to take a 50-50 on this one, Ryan? Dear. So good. But yeah, so like, I think 10th is pretty much, as I said, he's delivered you here with the understanding that you were hungry. And thus, the kitchen area has been made available to you. And he's just kind of standing by pleasantly, shall we say, nearby. Kind of waiting on you to do something.
Is anybody cooking, or am I going to be able to prepare meals for us ourselves?
This area is big enough that you can tell like there is multiple like different stations like that you could essentially run three or four different kitchen staff in here at the same time. It's that big, right? But there are not there's only maybe like one team of kitchen staff in at the moment, if that makes sense. So it's big enough to run like the entire palace from here, kitchen wise, but it's running at like a quarter of the capacity. So there's enough like places like free cookers and such that you could go to and deal with, or stoves, I guess, or like whatever you would call it. But it is
okay.
The only thing is though, for Keldrath, not a lot of it will look super familiar because this is Baru levels of kitchen tech, right? So it's gonna look somewhere like closer to our tech than it would So instead of like a fire or like a like a kind of kiln-esque style stove, it's going to be more like an aga, right? And stuff like that. It's going to be a bit fancier looking than maybe what you're used to from your monastery, which was probably quite like Spartan and simplistic.
Stone stove with a couple of logs underneath it isn't what I'm going to be seeing in front of me.
Exactly, yeah. Like it's very, very minimalist and clean, but like as I said, it's clearly you can tell what the things are for roughly because you're watching a team use them, right? So you can obviously like look at the other Baru that are part of the kitchen staff and see what they're using for what purpose, etc. But if you just imagine like a generic kind of like say like a restaurant kitchen, but then fantasy it up a little, that's what you're looking at here. But it is fairly advanced looking.
Okay, so that'll be my first thing then, is I will say to 10th, is it okay for me to go and observe some of the Baru chefs ahead of preparing some meals for me and my companions?
And he kind of like tilts his head to you, and he kind of like nods, and you hear in your head again that kind of telepathic kind of conversational tone that he has, saying, "Please avail yourself of the services here."
Okay, I will nod and I will wander around, fascinated of observing the chefs, the Baru chefs in action.
Yeah. Do you want to give me a wisdom based cooking tools roll for me? So it's your like your tools proficiency. If you click on that, it'll ask you for a stat. Pick wisdom, and this is you taking in what they're up to.
Right, let's try that one again.
Yep. So where your tool proficiencies are on your character sheet, which is at the bottom left.
Cooking utensils.
Yep. Click on that. It should ask you for a stat. Pick wisdom. This is you trying to like understand.
Yes, and submit.
Yes. Way. Yeah. So you take in pretty like competently. Like it's pretty easy to work out what's what. So you have a kind of good idea of like if you had to go off and do this yourself, you'd probably get through it fairly okay. If anything like went wrong, you'd maybe not know how to fix it instantly, but at least you've got a good idea of how like the basic functions of this entire place work. Just by your time you spend like kind of observing what they do. They don't interact with you. They are clearly aware of you, right? But they don't like acknowledge you. It would be the equivalent of like, you know, staff at any kind of like business location that involves hospitality. Until you engage them, they won't engage you. So yeah. Do you talk to any of them at all, or?
I would ask usual questions a chef would ask. Where if again I don't know what Baru eat, but is there fresh meats or spices or those sorts of things, and see if I get any direction.
Like so. When you ask them something, right? When you vocalize something to them, you immediately realize you don't speak their language because they reply in Baru, and there's obviously a language barrier immediately, right? An immediate language barrier. But to answer your question about like the spices and such, like there is a very like aromatic, you know, sense to the place of like various smells and such. Like clearly they like flavor for their foods. You're not noticing a lot of meat being used. Like for example, like specifically animal meat over, for example, say fish meat. There's probably more fish meat noticeable than anything else. But it's primarily various vegetables and fruits that you're seeing.
Okay, I can work with that.
It definitely looks like they're vegetarian to vegan, if that was a term even in this world. They seem to like err on that more than anything, but there's very few like animals, if any, that you've spotted that seem to have been killed for their meals. But yeah,
that's perfect. I am gonna avoid anything that's slimy.
Yes.
For some certain reasons, it's running through my head, or don't want to be running through my head.
Fair.
So I'm going to make up a vegetable curry, I think.
Nice. Yeah. So why
not 4 or 5?
Why don't you give me another roll for your cooking utensils, and we'll see how your meal goes. You gotta love that. Realistically, intelligence or wisdom. I know you're probably going to pick wisdom out of those, but either or. Oh.
Who am I poisoning?
So I think this just means that you've maybe underestimated the strength of like the spices and such that you're using. Like maybe you'd have been using the things that, you know, to the same quantity you'd have done either while traveling or at the monastery, and by using those quantities here, you're realizing, oh, that's way too much. You know, when they say a pinch of salt and you put, you know, a tablespoon in, really they meant a pinch, right? So it's maybe just that your attempt has went a bit OTT. It probably is edible, but how enjoyable is a different story, right? It's probably just not enjoyable at all to eat.
Challenge accepted.
Probably like take a bite of it and then choke and have to drink, like an entire jug of water or something just to try and get through the first bite.
And is there a brew chef going nuts behind me telling me that
Some
that's
kind of
disgusting? Throw that in the bin.
I was going to say some kind of Gordon Ramsay parallel.
Yeah.
My brain couldn't quite come up with a parody name, sadly, quick enough. But yeah, the brew I haven't really because again, if you imagine this to be essentially 4 kitchens worth of equipment and such, I imagine you've taken one that's out the way of their busyness, because I said they are quite busying around themselves and keeping to themselves. They don't take much to do with you. I think the fact that you walked in with 10th was enough for them to keep their distance to that degree. But as soon as you spoke to them, they did reply. It's just nobody knows what they said. But they didn't hang about. They just went back about their business, if that makes sense. So now you've had, as I said, this place is quite well stocked as well. So it's not like you're taking their ingredients or anything from them. With your 21, you kind of know the layout of this place, and it does seem to be mirrored for each of the sections. As I said, it's something that could probably host 4 completely separate banquets if they had to, or at least facilitate 4 banquets. And for an isolated people, it's a bit weird that they would have such good facilities, but maybe it's just the sheer size of the palace staff that this area covers. But no, you're fairly left to your own devices ultimately.
Okay, so then as a chef, basically this is going to get put in the bin, I'm going to wash up, and I'm going to try again.
Yep. And running water is probably a nice thing that you've got access to, right?
Yep.
That's probably nice to know. Also, you can get heated water here as well, which is always exciting. As I said, very, very top-notch facilities you've got access to. And yeah, we can have you working away on meal number 2. While this is going on, 10th wanders over, and then looks at the discarded meal attempt, and then looks back at you and says, "Was there something unfitting about your meal?"
Oh, a chef in a new kitchen. I have to learn my way around new measurements, new materials. It just did not taste right at all. So that was the practice one out of the way. I'm gonna try again. I'm going to see what I can come up with this time around.
Kind of again nods his head, and then just seems to be observing what you're doing with definitely some interest, right? The fascination somebody has when they've maybe never seen something before, necessarily. Definitely an intense, observation over there. So I don't know if that's pressure or not for you, but it's.
We'll know with the next roll.
Yeah, let's have that, and we'll see what we get. I do quite enjoy the fact that our first 3 rolls of the new year, and also my streaming back to streaming, is cooking. I love it, because of course it is. Yeah, it's pretty damn good.
I just had quite a big cutout. Not sure. Is everyone still there?
Yeah.
Okay. No, probably just me then.
Okay. Yeah. It's okay. I think if you are doing your remote telecasting, then perhaps that's the only reason. But yeah, good to know in case it is me, because my setup has changed quite a bit since I last streamed as well. So it's why change one thing when you can change everything? So yeah, the joys. Okay. Yeah, and you said you wanted to make a meal for the gang ultimately, right? You wanted to make a big meal. Okay. Do you make any? Do you make enough for 10th? Or
of course.
Okay.
He's with us at the moment. I'm not going to try and draw any suspicion that we wouldn't be inviting him back. That I want him to think that he's welcome to come and join us. And again, in my own mind, that first meal being a disaster is just giving certain other people some time to do what they wish to do.
Yeah. So with that in mind then, knowing that in theory Fleabite is back at the room, as far as you're concerned, right? As far as Keldrath's concerned, Fleabite's in the room. What do you do once your meal's ready?
Oh, first of all, there's something else I'd like to try.
Yeah?
I also have brewer's supplies.
Right, okay, yeah.
Can I try and make up some? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how I'd get
Some
Ted
booze?
drunk. I don't know if
You wanna
that's
make some
possible.
booze?
Yeah,
Imagine
as a
you just
celebration that we
poisoned him.
found. Yeah, I don't know his reaction to that, but
Turns out
a lot of
Illith-
salt in it.
I was gonna say Illith would like shrivel up in the presence of vodka. Yeah.
Well, yeah, that's,
Okay. Yeah, if you want
I
to try
don't know
and
if you'll allow that or not, but
it might take a bit longer than obviously this meal isn't necessarily gonna mind going cold, but what you've made, but like brewing something would take a bit more time, but you can definitely give it a go if you want.
we'll see what happens.
Feel free to. But it will obviously be a bit longer, but it probably will keep his attention longer, which isn't a bad thing,
Exactly.
right?
Exactly.
Okay, yeah. So yeah, you can start working on something. Any particular brew you want to make? As I said, it's a fairly well stocked kitchen area, so feel free to come up with something.
I have in the back of my mind that there's something I want to come back to this kitchen to try and do, but that's a different story.
That's fine. Yeah.
That's us going back to Menglod. That's preparation for that kind of thing. But in here, again, keeping it fruit-based. Fruit-based alcoholic drinks. Any suggestions?
Well, it doesn't need to just be fruit.
Cider.
Like it can be like, obviously it could be like a mead for all, like one, like it could be anything. Like you can have like access to, everything within reason for a kitchen, right? The only thing you can't really have access to is like meats, because they don't really have that here.
Okay, so I suppose
I think I lost you there.
a warm type cider.
A cider? Yeah,
I
okay,
think so.
yeah, okay. So we can have you having brewed up, or in the process of brewing up some cider. Yeah, I like it. While that's going on, because that's going to take a couple of hours at least. A couple of hours.
Definitely.
Yeah, and that was like you learning them, and never mind the brewing part, right? So it's going to take a good bit of time there. But it is, as I said, keeping his attention, which is good. Like
Yep.
10th is definitely like. I think it's the intricacies of like how much work goes into creating food and drink, right? The presentation of it, etc., etc. Like that's the type of stuff that seems to be fascinating him. So, meanwhile,
I've seen this going a whole different way. Anyway, brilliant.
Meanwhile, all the way over at the library,
Indeed.
Vanguard,
Yes.
you were aware there was someone else in the library with you. Okay. I don't believe there was any attempt at stealthing, from what I recall.
No.
On your part. Yeah.
No.
So if you're wanting to are you wanting to attempt to try and get a look at who this is without them noticing you, or are you happy just to walk up and say hello?
No, I'm going to walk in a few steps, sort of just make sure I'm away from the door, and say sort of a fairly normal conversational volume. Just some sort of greeting. Hello, someone else in here?
You hear like some shuffling, and the sound of like a chair being moved on the floor, and then some heavy footsteps walking towards you, and then a head pops round some of the stacks, and it's Betuve.
Oh, hello again.
Like the ears are like perked up a bit, and then they relax down, and then kind of like steps out from like the stacks and kind of like taps his hands together and goes, "Hello, you got through the door."
Well, yes. It's well, it was a little trickier than I thought at first, but it's similar enough to some I've seen before. It was Aye, yes. Sorry.
Can I help?
Well, I player agency.
Yeah.
I see. I want. Obviously, I want to just sort of try and glean any information that you might have had in other languages, as it showed us, etc. And I want to look into anything related to, well, actually, not just related to Genasi, but various other things. But he sort of seemed quite eager to get rid of us that first time, right?
Yeah,
Ultimately.
it was like it maybe kind of realised it was maybe saying too much, right? It was definitely that kind of vibe you were getting. But his reaction here hasn't been, how dare you be in here, right? That isn't his reaction, at least. It's more like curiosity of, you got in here, kind of vibe.
But yeah, what I'm sort of player agencying is then, do I try and say, because I'm not exactly the best bullshitter, do I try and say, oh, I just came back to see about blah blah blah, or do I say, oh, my friend happened to remember he had a device that could assist us in the reading, and we thought perhaps with that we might be able to peruse some of your volumes.
Peruse some Baru's work, yeah. I'm very proud of this.
So, I don't know what. I'm not sure what my play is here.
Yeah, I think I would have been for that. Like just saying to him about the device might be slightly difficult when you don't actually have the device.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah,
I could
not allow
always
you
just
to
say,
take anything out.
without having to lie, I could always just say, oh, Keldra seems to have got lost. Because he does seem to have got lost from Vanger's perspective. So I could always just say something like that. Oh, I was supposed to be coming here, but I was going to, Keldrath and I were going to have a look at some of the text because of this device that we happen to remember we had, or whatever. Maybe I don't even need to say that. Realized we had, trying to word my way around being explicitly deceptive is the tricky part there, because if I go down that road,
it's okay. So what ultimately, I think the easier way to word it is, what are you wanting out of his reply ultimately? What ideally would you like him to come back with, from what you were saying?
What I would like him to come back with is, I want to sort of assuage his fears. I don't want him to. He doesn't seem afraid in the sense of being like afeared of me, but in the sense that he probably is like, oh, what did you come back for? And previously he had been quite eager to move us along. At the end up, I don't want him to immediately go, oh, he's come back to read the text I didn't want him to.
Okay.
I just want to make him sort of
a bit like a reassuring kind of attempt then, almost.
Because I mean, admittedly, I probably do want to read those, but not even just though. Like, there will be other stuff.
I think then the easiest thing to do this is tell him a reason why you'd come here that is genuine. It doesn't need to be the only reason you came here, right? For it to be a genuine reason.
And it was the Genasi stuff that set him off last time,
so
wasn't it?
It's when you were asking about the kind of almost like the Genasi fall, the Baru migration, etc. Like it was that ultimately that you were looking at.
Yeah, so I suppose the question is like, how do I get around expressing interest in that while still perhaps getting myself access to some related materials?
Yeah, just angle that.
Sure.
It's up to you.
I'm really a bit.
It's okay. So, realistically, you want to read about the Genasi. That's really it, right? Ultimately.
Well, that's not just it. Like I want to read about all sorts of things, but the Genasi are definitely something that's close to the top of the list.
Yeah, I don't know. You could just lead with that. You could just lead with that and then do a persuade check, right? Like you don't need to be as good a.
You've seen my persuade. Right?
I'm trying to work with you here. It means we don't have to word it right? If we get to roll
Oh,
past
yeah.
it.
Well, I guess I'm just going to respond to and say, yes, sorry, I was, and I'll kind of look back over my shoulder. It was supposed to be Keldrath and I were coming back. He seems to have got waylaid. Anyway, we're hoping to come back and have a look at some more of the materials related to some of the stuff we talked about previously. The
Well, if you'd sent
Genasi
for
and what
me,
have you.
I could have came to collect you and escorted you here. If
Oh, it was easy enough to find, but I don't know.
were you followed?
No, or well, perhaps that's why my good friend is not here.
Oh, right.
We had we realised, of course, we actually had a small tool that would assist us in using the texts. Thought it'd be.
And he's starting to close the gap. Obviously, he's walking closer, like not in a kind of intimidating way, just in a, it's weird to stand this far apart after this long.
Vanger tends to assume the best of people anyway. So, yeah. So I think perhaps I best allow him to make his way here in his own time. But yes, I was interested in a great deal of what you have here. All sorts of matters. We talked a little about the Genasi previously, and I am quite interested in them having. I in fact encountered some myself. Well, or their descendants. I'm not quite sure. He's just a sort of like hard to describe, like a sort of like movement of the hands, a gesticulation, the sort of like
kind of like
what the correct, like I'm not quite sure what the correct term would be there. Descendants of them. Anyway. Still a fascinating people and a vanished largely.
These Genasi descendants that you have met, do you happen to know the strength of their lineage at all? Perhaps the potency of their bloodlines?
Well, alas, the opportunity didn't really come up to ask. Well, perhaps I could have asked my old friend Adair, but it never seemed polite.
He starts muttering to himself once you said Adair, right? He does start muttering away, and as if he's counting on his hand, and doing something like mental arithmetic or something. And he goes, "Was your friend perhaps of the air Genasi?"
I believe so. I'm sure he said something. He certainly looked how I would imagine one might.
And then Batuv starts muttering a little bit about the etymology of Adair's name and how.
I think he did say something about that rings a bell. Certainly rings a bell.
And he starts muttering around about that as if that's how he guessed it was, an air Genasi. And then Batuv goes, "Who named him?"
Excellent question. Alas, I really don't know anything about his family or origins. He was where was Adair from again? Colin has forgotten.
I don't even know if Ryan knows the answer to that question.
Okay.
I know he spent most of his life, I think, in Little Bellinor. But beyond that, he obviously came from somewhere, because obviously people are born in Little Bellinor now, but Little Bellinor is a fairly newish city. So yeah, I honestly don't know, and I don't even know if Adair knew, if that makes sense either. Don't think it ever came up.
I could give him an answer based on that.
Yeah.
Well, I understand he spent much of his life over in Little Bellinor, but if that's where he started off, he never explicitly said one way or the other. So I would assume somewhere over in that region, but of course that would be an assumption.
Okay,
Perhaps he simply ended up
nods
there.
away and goes, yes, this little Bellinor is a fascinating project. There are many here amongst the scholars that hope the project is successful. Okay, just
Yes,
nods.
well, I did hear from him, right, that there was something weird going on there.
Yeah. I think you know enough to know that Little Bellinor is a bit weird right now anyway. Also, just so you know, Chris has given you inspiration in case you need it.
Oh, thank you.
Yes, thank you.
I see that now.
But yeah.
I remember the chap talking to him in the bar, but I don't remember how much of that information made it to me.
Yeah, so like back in the Withered Spoon, I think we could safely say that, you know, the information was passed on at least at a casual level, right? Since it is from a player that's no longer with us.
I think then what I would respond with is because I don't remember him being specific or even necessarily knowing specifics.
Also, character that's no longer with us, the player is still very well.
Rest in peace. So I will sort of hedge my bets with that and say, well, I do recall there were some strange matters afoot over there. It's not a place I've visited, but there seemed to be some mutterings of strange goings on, and well,
and like Batuve gives you a
I'm not
look.
sure much news was making its way out of Little Bellinor just lately.
Batuve kind of like gives you a look and goes, I mean the reason it was created. The foundation of Little Bellinor. And gives you like a funny look.
That was Elven?
And then Batuve kind of nods and goes, it's a wonderful idea. Bringing together different cultures to benefit each other. As I said, there are some amongst us that hoped this would be enough of an impetus for the Baru to perhaps extend their borders.
I think it certainly seemed that the different peoples of the city were able to coexist. But as I say, I'm no expert in the place.
Yeah, and I think like just from like a dwarven point of view, like you can decide how much of this Vanguard knows or cares about, but like the dwarves have a representative on the council in Little Bellinor as well. There are dwarves there, but primarily, as I said, same with the elves, primarily they keep to their own main cities and such territories.
Yeah.
But like Little Bellinor was designed to be a sharing city ultimately, like a let's benefit each other city. And almost everybody got on board, right? Which was quite good. All the people that could afford to get on board at least got on board.
Not to put it too not to put it in too stereotypical terms, but I think well, you know, we certainly there was a good dwarven presence there, and we did I believe we do good trade with them. I think most of the peoples there found it quite mutually beneficial, and most of the various nations seem to hold at the very least good relations with it. It's but yes, it's perhaps there has been some external issue of late.
Perhaps. Batuve says a bit like awkwardly.
Yeah.
And then he says, this device, what does it do?
Oh, it was to assist in the reading of languages the bearer doesn't know.
How fascinating. How did you come by such a device, if you don't mind me asking?
Oh, it was a simple enchantment. I don't know once activated how long it lasts, but I'm aware that the terminology is perhaps a little out of favour in Baru, but
He laughs nervously at that, like a very obviously nervously, and he says, yeah, forgive my people that superstitious I think we've become in our enlightened age. Magic is not so encouraged anymore.
it's quite all right. It's every culture has a different approach to the matter, but it obviously we don't all have the level of sophistication in our technology that your people have achieved, and for many, for at least those who are able, magic is a way for people to achieve what they haven't yet figured out.
He says very clumsily the word crutch, right? Almost like it spills out of his mouth rather than elegantly put. Because he was clearly looking for a word for, obviously, like he was clearly trying to translate, and it's the best he came up with was crutch.
I think Vanger sort of just chuckles. Perhaps not the term I would personally employ, but it's certainly it's a comparison a person could make. Yes.
He nods like apologetically, and he goes, "I don't have full experience in languages, especially conversationally, as vigorously as it has been this last day."
Vanger sort of just shakes it off.
Mhm.
Like, no, please. It's no offense would be taken. It's really
simply I meant that the Baru have access to options where some perhaps rely on magic to fill that gap. He kind of like nods awkwardly at that, and then he taps like his hands awkwardly again, and then he says, "You mentioned an interest in the genasi.
Yes, very much so.
Specifically, a particular branch of their lineage, or simply a general.
General, although of course I am curious about some connections that specific branches might have to other peoples and regions. I believe they have quite a cultural influence in a number of other younger races of this world.
He chuckles and he goes, most races.
Yeah.
And he kind of chuckles, and then he kind of like shakes his head and goes, perhaps all races are younger. Kind of just nods at that, as if correcting his own statement.
It would be interesting to learn a little of the specifics of what influence they may have had. My learning was very much of a religious bent, and of course, however enlightened these times we may live in compared to prior ones, as I'm sure it will be no surprise to yourself, religious explanations often tend to look at the world in a snapshot and see what is now as what always has been and always must be, and some of the legends and tales tell of a world that's unchanging, static, that is everything is as it always was and always must be, and that would paint a picture of a world where we'd simply always been in crust, or Christ, what's the other one?
Opal.
Opal, but the reality seems much messier, and the role that other cultures may have had in shaping our own and in our own beliefs is perhaps often there but unspoken. The books don't tend to discuss sources. um,
Kind of nods, going.
much is taken as simply self-evident or
You would think that people so proud of
Divinely
their work
revealed.
that they chose to record it for those to read would take enough pride to say who recorded it.
well.
Kind of like you can tell he's annoyed by this fact that he would like to be able to go, oh, this person wrote something interesting. What else did they write? Clearly, there's like a vibe of that, right? That comes across from.
We can look certain scholars up and what have you, and some of them certainly did take pride in their work. But the difficulty is when some priest of a bygone age makes a claim one way or t'other about something. Often they will make reference to other materials, but they may not explain the sources behind them, and it becomes circular. And to look through the ancient texts is simply, it's often to look at a lot of conflicting views on information without much indication of where that information actually came from in the first place. So that if one wants to do one's own reading, you really can't. You're dependent on what's been written before by other commentators. The original sources are often, yes, it's it's a tricky business.
Kind of nods in agreement there. And he says, to what end do you seek out these answers, though?
Well, I think perhaps the reason so many look to the past, and certainly the reason I do, is to better understand the world as it is now.
Kind of nods. He goes, we Baru have, as you, he kind of chuckles, like, know firsthand now. We isolated ourselves because we understood that not everyone was ready for a certain level of enlightenment. So many races that are still evolving, growing to their full potential, their full maturity, you could say. We have locked away a lot of our knowledge on this basis. Some disagree with our actions, but I believe there is a wisdom in what we do. And then he kind of like pauses for a wee second and then looks about and then kind of says, but we don't do this out of cruelty, you see. We believe that if you're gifting knowledge, you have to be fully prepared to take responsibility for what could result in that. You may appreciate my my trepidation in allowing you full access here.
Interesting, but yeah, I appreciate his honesty, I suppose.
Like, you're still getting that vibe of he clearly wants to nerd out about everything he loves about this library, right, and all the knowledge that he's got and the studies he's done, because he's been stuck in this place, right, and he's clearly got like dreams of beyond, ultimately. And you've came from outside and be like, hey, can I read your stuff? And he's like, oh my god, somebody I can talk to about all this that has a different perspective than everybody else that lives here. I probably shouldn't tell him anything because of all the rules.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't understand.
So yeah,
I think
you could always just hit him up with a persuade roll at some point. Remember, at any point you want to throw that in.
I know.
Just-
Um,
It's good dialogue so far. I'm just saying.
I think
When you hit the ball.
I do sort of like to sort of talk through it as much as possible, and I can understand your trepidation. Certainly, this is a culmination of innumerable years of work, a library, no doubt a great wealth of knowledge that perhaps would be, if not lost, then not fully appreciated by those who haven't had the immersion in the culture that created it. Your own people are certainly so much more advanced than what I'm used to, and I certainly haven't had the benefit of an education in the same matters that you will, and therefore a little knowledge can be a dangerous thing. So I do understand your perspective on the matter, and I respect it indeed.
He
However,
corrects you when you say that, and when you say like his perspective on the matter, he does say the brew perspective on the matter.
Yes. I meant yours in the sort of broader sense.
And he kind of like nods,
but
like understandingly, yeah.
I would also suggest that whatever dangers there may be in revealing some of this information wholesale to a culture unprepared, I am but one man. Well, no, you would say man, because like
Yeah, that's fine.
you would translate it from the dwarven equivalent. So, but man just sounds a little human in that
Yeah,
context.
I get you. Yeah.
But like, yeah, it probably would be the best translation from dwarven to commons. That's what you'll say. And moreover, I am a very different kind of scholar. Whatever information one might fear falling into unprepared hands, technologically, for instance, it's unlikely that I would be able to put it directly to use, and certainly unlikely that I would be able to memorize it well enough to pass on to others. My interest is more matters historical, and also, of course, in matters pertaining to that which the Brew perhaps are uncomfortable with themselves in terms of the mystical or the esoteric.
He puts his
I've
hands up and he
mentioned-
says, there are Baru who practice faith and belief in a higher power. It is just uncommon for us to be guided by such a life.
I see.
But the gods are hard to ignore.
Indeed.
And he kind of chuckles at that, like in a very weird way, like he's very clearly amused by that concept. I am very like dismissive of it as well in that kind of chuckle. But it does at least let you know that there are Baru that still have faith, right? It's not completely and I think you're getting something like probably from God, what was his name? Why can't I remember his name? Sufim, from Sufim. Like it, like definitely was fully aware of faith and the impact it has, right? When you had your conversation, so it's it kind of like ties in with what Vanguard would know. It just maybe this is the first time we're hearing that it's not just dismissed out of hand; it's practiced.
And these practitioners, is it something that's largely a private matter?
It's quite like it's quite like emphatically when you say private matter. And he goes, yes, the idea that you would turn to the unknown rather than seeking the known is quite a lot for the average Baru to process. We pride ourselves on creating answers that suit the gaps for our knowledge. We are people who like answers. We don't necessarily like questions. And he chuckles and looks around.
Well, must say, that's a perspective that I find a little challenging to get my head around.
And then he just laughs again, right? Because he understands there's a big cultural divide. Never mind anything else. And he says, "How will you?" And he kind of looks at the book, or like the stacks of the crystal cases, and he's like, "How will you translate without your device? Should we go and perhaps try and seek out your companion?"
Well, that certainly would be a good idea on my part, but I would. You mentioned earlier that our and he sort of a little bit cringes at the use of the word, but our host.
It's a fair thing to cringe at. Yep.
Yeah, and he's it's probably quite visible. Like Safim wouldn't have to roll very high to notice that.
Safim would, yeah.
Not Safim, of course.
Betuv doesn't have to roll very high.
Thank you.
Yeah.
We wouldn't have to roll very high to notice that it clearly leaves a sour taste in the mouth for Vanger to describe.
You're not you're noticing a similar reaction, right? Because you can tell, obviously, like Betuv isn't. I nearly said Safim. You can tell Betuv doesn't have much love for, 10th. The fact that they've hid this library is a big deal.
Yeah, well, that's sort of what I was getting at. Is I'm aware that you've our host hasn't yet become familiar with this area, and I wouldn't want to. I wouldn't want to inadvertently lead another into this. I don't know quite what to call it. Like almost like a sacred space, I suppose. Like out of character, this is obviously. This.
So
I'll
he
just
gives
say
you
it
a
in those
funny
terms.
look. He gives you a funny look as if he's not sure that he's not sure you're setting up a threat or not. The way you're posing this term, right? Because I had him roll in secret there.
Okay.
He got a 3 on his d20. So
Okay, I was going to say you'd have to roll pretty badly because that Vanger is not a threatening guy.
But you can tell that's crossing his face. Am I about to be threatened? Are you going to try and use the fact?
I don't mean to imply that I would deliberately bring attention to this place if you do not want attention brought to it.
You can see him relax a little bit as well when you say that. He does relax.
Only that if we were to venture out now and wander around looking for him.
Simply, you have lost your companion, and who else but your envoy to assist in such a matter?
Yes, and that's perfectly reasonable until someone decides to accompany us.
And we'd simply go back to your chambers.
Not unreasonable.
He kind of shrugs that, going, I don't believe yous have raised suspicions yet. Yous have been treated as guests thus far, unless there's something I'm unaware of. And he shrugs, and then obviously the camera winks towards Fleabite, and then
well, I can respond to that because he asked how we had been treated, how our more scurrilous members have acted, and I would say we've been treated well, but there does seem to be a sense of observation.
I am sure I would experience something similar if I were to visit the Dwarven lands.
Well, probably more curiosity.
What else is observation if not curiosity?
Well, I think the difference is curiosity is often passing and frivolous, but the if you'll forgive the term, seems a little inappropriate, but our host his interest seems deeper than sort of passing interest that curiosity brings. I suspect he'd be very interested indeed in all our movements.
Kind of nods and says, I wouldn't attempt to fathom the agenda of our host, but there has been no aggression experienced, simply a sharing of a culture thus far. Do you have suspicions about the agenda of the host?
I think I'm going to have to roll a little bit of insight here, aren't I?
It depends what you're looking for.
My inclination is to think that he is sort of implying that he does,
Okay.
and he wants to see what I say.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, you can roll. Yeah.
I am not going to use, just in case I do need it. I'm
Yep.
not going to use the
No worries.
Inspiration. I will simply roll a little insight.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
it's not amazing, but it's better than his roll.
Yeah, it's far better than his roll. Yeah, he's not being particularly subtle. You know that anyway. But there is definitely a. I'm just saying this to see what you're gonna say back, and then I'll base my decisions on that statement that you give back. So he's clearly saying a leading statement, so he can incite you, right? So yeah, it's definitely a. He doesn't have. Well, he hid this library. Let's face it, right? Like not specifically him directly, but like he is part of the people who have hid this library. So that's enough of an indication that it's obviously got Vanguard on the right like train of thought here. Like Batuv clearly doesn't have a lot of trust in this host.
Indeed. So I will. Taking that, you sort of almost looking for me to affirm that I also have suspicions. The manner of this sharing has yet to become quite evident to me, but it does seem curious that we approached a city that, as you say, is generally not eager to welcome others in, and yet one not of that city themselves has welcomed us into it. That is
I kind of like nods.
odd.
I understand the confusion there. Yes, it must look quite odd. In fact, yes, that the Brew themselves haven't perhaps made themselves available to you, but here I am. And he kind of gestures roughly to himself, because I am at least a representative of the Brew here, and the host, as you put it. They have amassed quite a significant influence on the people who make the decisions here. Those Baru would not give the host such influence without good reason. So I can only imagine whatever the host is offering must be significantly beneficial to us. You see.
I see. I see where you're coming from.
And you can tell just from the way he's saying that, he's worried what that means. Because it's almost like he's saying that like rote, rather than from him believing it. Like that's almost the business answer that you're getting. But yeah, I think you're probably realizing you're probably on the same page, right?
So, having said that, I will be happy to go in and look for my friend.
Please allow me to join you in this. I think it's best I'm seen in many places that aren't just simply the corridor outside of this room.
Grand idea, yes. I'll appreciate the company.
He nods and he says, please await by the door. I will be with you shortly. And he quickly shuffles off as if just to clear up his things he was obviously looking through.
I'll give him a quick nod and wait by the door.
Yep. And then you can obviously head off towards looking for wherever Kildrath ended up. While you are doing that though,
Godspeed.
Let's go over to guess who, Alexander?
Someone that would know about Ferengi rule of acquisition 208. Sometimes the only thing more dangerous than a question is an answer.
Yep.
Oh, wow.
Yep.
How would Fleabite know that?
He probably has the rules he acquired in his bag. But yeah, so we go over to Cynthia and Fleabite in a big cavern with a lot of gemstones and forming around quite a large egg. Yeah. Just going through Fleabite's head besides omelettes. Anything in particulars?
Jamiroquai.
Stones.
Probably. This is probably similar to what was going through Alexander's mind at the end of last time. That's like, I thought it would be more or less opaque.
Yeah, I think it's probably the you're maybe focusing too much on the sheen from the coating, right? And also the art on the map. Speaking of stained carbon maps.
Speaking of the map.
Yeah.
Wait, no, that's the term of person. No,
So here we have it. Big room, big egg, small Fleabite. Any particular reaction from Fleabite, or?
Can you tell me more about this floor?
I don't know. What would you like to know about the floor? Why it's got squiggly lines on it?
lava.
Yeah, it almost looks like ice, or something that's melted and then re-solidified.
Yeah, it is 100% volcanic looking in nature. It's almost
obsidian, perchance.
It's almost like this place is, maybe long ago a volcano. Do you feel we discussed before? I feel we definitely discussed that before, based on the.
I don't know. I think volcanoes are made up for movies.
That's fair.
Does it look like the egg was there before what was in this chamber had melted, or?
I don't know if you'll be able to tell that, especially from where you are. Right, that's a tricky thing. You could get closer and then investigate, right? Getting closer may involve getting wet. And I say may very, very strongly, because I know you have options.
I think sort of what's just going through Fleabite's mind is found it.
Yeah, okay.
Kind of thinking back to the journey that it's taken to get here. Those that have been here along the way and come and gone.
And thinking, "Fuck you, I win."
Yeah,
Fleabite win.
Look at all of them now. Look at all those smart people with their complete sentences. Look how I got them.
Yep. Makes sense. Yeah. Fleabite is the first to get here, so yeah.
Oh, look at your dumb, brainy smarties.
Yeah. So,
Um,
and you can
I
just see
think-
like Cynthia looks like she's taking in the, the awe of the room as well. Maybe less celebratory though than you.
Yeah, probably would be enough of that to be like, Fleabite finds it, yes. Fleabite best at finding.
Cynthia, maybe like that catches her attention from like taking in the room, and she looks down, smiles at you, and like like ruffles your fur a little bit, in response to that, and says, "Yes, you did very well getting us this far." And she like takes a couple of steps forward, just as if like taking in the place, looking around, like spinning on the spot type thing, etc. And she looks back at you and says, "It's quite a different view from down here than it was from up there, wouldn't you say?"
Like the
Yeah, I think we might
the
have
bit where we were.
I think we maybe missed some of your audio there, buddy.
Yeah, you clipped out a little bit.
Is she meaning like when we were looking down?
Yeah,
from
exactly.
outside?
Yeah,
Yeah.
when you were up basically on the roof of this cavern, and you snuck away into like a crack.
hmm
Yeah. She means that. Any response from Fleabite to that?
Yes. Look much closer.
And she can, like, when she does that, she stops looking around and then stares over at the egg and then looks back and she goes, "Shall we then?" And she puts her hand out for you.
I think I'll just take the hand. I was very tempted to just like climb
Yeah.
on her shoulder, but like
Pulls crowbar out and finishes the job from earlier. Yeah, okay.
we've come this far.
Okay, yep, so you head up to her and then if you want, I can move your token for you if that's easier. Yes, no, maybe. There we go. Look at him moving all on his own. Yep, and that's like, she probably walks you both to the edge where the water is like lapping at the stone. And she kind of looks back at you, and then she kind of gives you like a knowing look, as if you really want to get wet.
It does look quite far.
I was gonna say, yeah, precisely from where you are.
Yeah,
I mean, you could get there, right? But that's the exact same distance, apparently. Gotta love D&D. How far can Fleabite jump? No, we've had this conversation a bunch of times. But then where'd you go from there, right?
So assisted by
Okay, do you want to try that again? So assisted is what I heard.
so Fleabite does have Misty Step, which
Mhm.
is 30 feet. Sure.
Yep, you got a 30-foot teleport.
This is T-step.
So you could get, to there, and then if you've got 2 issues of it, you could get, to like. And you're gonna get wet either way. Yeah.
And then long jump is feet equal to your strength score, right? That's it.
What's Fleabite's strength score? Is it 16?
I think it's 14.
I'll up
I think it's just
2 seconds. I'll have a look at your sheet.
Nice warlock you've built there.
it's 14, yeah.
Okay, 14.
So yeah, it's just under being able to do 3 squares.
Yeah, that's really frustrating, isn't it?
but it's comfortably able to do 2.
Yeah. Okay.
So I think there's not much choice in it. Time to potentially let Cynthia dip her first toe in.
No, she's waiting to see what you do.
But then I think sniff the water.
Okay.
Like nose down to the edge, and then just like try not to get whiskers in it, but get as close.
Okay. You trying to perceive anything in particular?
Yeah, I'd rather it not just be like acid or something.
Okay. Yeah.
Can rats smell pH?
I bet that's a
Probably.
Okay, I'll take your word for it.
So, I'll give you some choice then. You can do a perception or you can do an investigate here to try and see if there's anything funky with the water.
So I feel like perception is non-contact smell, whereas investigate is like
Investigate, like,
take
so
them up,
perception is
touch it.
observation, really, right, without necessarily interacting, and investigate is potentially interacting, but not necessarily chucking your hand into it. You could be, like, trying to throw a loose stone or something into it, right? Like, yeah, it's a bit more involved. So, what would you like to do?
Well, I'll give it an investigate. Like,
Okay.
I've got plenty of digits on my paws for diffuse a few.
I love that it's not, I've got plenty of daggers I could throw in to see if they hiss and melt. No, it's not that.
Yeah,
That's
you lose a
Fleabite's
dagger.
Yeah, exactly. Oh dear. You lose a hand, it's less to feed, I suppose, so, yeah.
It's energy efficient.
It feels like Skaven logic. Yeah, okay, a 14, yeah. What do you put in the water to test this?
Probably a finger,
Okay.
like
Okay.
ring finger equivalent on.
Yeah. So, you do your investigation, you put your finger into like the water, and as I said, it is all underlit from these kind of like almost like, opalescent crystally type kind of colours that are coming through the water.
Okay.
Just like the map is. It's almost as if it's implying there's maybe like a crystal bed to this place or whatever, under the water, and yeah, like you put your finger into the water and it gets wet.
As I suspected, it's one of those wet water hoppers.
But it doesn't seem to have, like melt or hiss or anything. Yeah. If anything, it just looks a little clean. Your finger now.
Can I put some in a test tube for later?
Sure. I think you just hear Cynthia chuckling at that. Maybe she might even go as far to say, always collecting.
Yes. Keep find. Might need you.
She just nods as if, fair enough, but doesn't say anything, just nods as if, okay. She's used to you by now. And then she goes in, is it quite safe, do you think?
Is this a swimmer? Sorry, what was that?
She says, and is it quite safe, you think?
Much danger of getting wet soak.
She just laughs, and then she like just pulls up, her dress to lift it above her legs, and she just starts wading in.
Thinks back to our Dragonborn and be like, damn it, that's a really cool move to run across.
If only taken levels in Monk, hey, Fleabite.
I tried. I don't have the wisdom.
Whose fault is that, Fleabite? Oh. So, yeah. And I guess he's make your way. Do you go straight for the egg? Or do you explore elsewhere?
I think so. Yeah, I think we'll keep going all the way.
Yeah.
There's more shiny rocks by the egg, I know.
There's a lot of shiny rocks by the egg, yeah.
I feel like Fleabite probably is like doing a rat paddle, just swimming.
Yep.
Like if it's deep enough that Cynthia's like having to stride through, it's probably enough that it's just.
Yeah, you're definitely paddling. Like, she does have to tread water in certain spots, but it isn't super deep. No, it really isn't. For Fleabite, it obviously maybe is a bit more significant, but like she definitely was able to stand for a good bit before she got to the part where she was treading water, and then having to full on swim. And she probably doesn't look super graceful swimming in the outfit she's in. But yeah, you step out the other side. Obviously, Fleabite, you're pretty drenched. There is probably, whatever falls off of Fleabite. Just the trail of it in the water. Like so stark by comparison.
I mean, Fleabite's probably fairly clean given the amount of water he's been in recently.
I mean, fair.
Nah, you've been in a bag.
Yeah, full of guts and gore, I suppose. Yeah, that is true. Yeah, you've actually managed to avoid a lot of water recently. Because remember that waterfall was many days ago. Many days ago.
Yeah.
You spent a long time.
I've got in like going through the like the water tunnel, the bag.
Yeah, you flew out was hiding in the bag of holding. So, yep, you've done well to avoid a lot of water since that particular waterfall. And I want to say it's been 2 weeks since that waterfall. So
yeah.
Maybe more. But yeah, so you get out. Maybe you do your shake. Obviously to get the water off you. You look around and she's bone dry. Obviously.
Obvious.
And then she takes like a couple of steps up there, and it does look like these were like, perhaps carved at one point. The shape of the floor and such.
Right, similar to the ones that we saw from the lookout.
Sure, yeah, like very similar. Like it definitely looks like these have been made as steps rather than it's just a convenient kind of shape of stone. It definitely looks deliberate. And like if you can see here as well, like you can also tell that there's like clearly steps here as well.
Okay.
So this place isn't exactly abandoned as such. It doesn't look like MD's, as I mentioned from the doors on the way in, doesn't look like MD's come in here recently in a long ass time. But yeah, this place definitely does seem to have been frequented maybe at one point in the past, or at least functional in some fashion. Otherwise, why else would you put steps, right? The fact that they just lead into water is weird. But hey ho. As you're getting closer, I assume you're stepping up next to Cynthia, or perhaps going closer. I'm unsure what your plans are here. Okay, you step up and step back. But yeah, like there's heat radiating from those rocks. Like, and they are glowing, a nice kind of like vermilion-y orange type thing. So yeah, there is definitely like a warmth to this place that there definitely wasn't way back at the door. It was definitely kind of like chilly cavern back at the door. Now you got closer, this is like very warm. What does this Fleabite do?
It doesn't smell sulfury, does it?
No. It does not. It doesn't smell of much, to be honest here. Like there's nothing like if you were if Fleabite was asked later, oh, was there anything distinctly smelly? You'd maybe have to think twice and be like, was there smells? Right? That kind of, it's, I don't want to use the term it's clinical or anything, but it definitely is odd that it's,
Cynthia would probably say wet rat.
But yeah, what's Fleabite up to? as I said, she does seem to just be taking in the awe of the situation. She seems surprisingly humbled by this situation. Normally she's got that kind of attitude of like self-confidence and purpose almost that she has. Even while she's quite flippant, like from all the times you've seen her, she always does seem to drive herself with some kind of purpose. But no, all that kind of seems to be gone now in her.
I think Fleabite would just like to look down and
We got Fleabite, look down and then
like the swirl markings directly beneath us.
Yeah.
Just want to see, are they carved or is that like the natural stone?
Yeah, it's
sort
almost
of?
like like when you kind of like scrape a stone and you get the sheen from underneath it. It's like that. Yeah, there's just, you know, these markings just seem to be part of the stonework. Imagine if you took like a layer away from it, it would have slightly different shaped markings maybe beneath it, you know. They don't seem like they serve any kind of like ornate purpose. They don't look like they're, you know, like say Buru symbols or something like that. Like I think just the fact that because you know thieves can't, right? So
yeah,
it's like I think just the fact that you know about symbology enough that way, there's no pattern that you can discern to it, so it just looks like it's, you know, part of the rock here. Yeah. Cynthia just starts walking closer and closer.
I think Fleabite maybe just pat the dagger of the First Peoples.
Okay.
Just that like somewhat connection to ancient Genasi. With this place, sort of memory of them, and I guess of it.
Yep. Yeah. Well, somewhat auspicious in nature. And then Cynthia kind of like turns to you when she notices that you've kind of got closer, and she says, "It's bigger than I thought it would be." She kind of just laughs to herself.
You see visit of when life adult tall size?
She turns to and gives you a look at. Are you asking if I've seen a dragon before?
Ask Statius.
She smiles and goes, "Yes, I have. I've been lucky enough to have met their kind."
Luck or not luck?
She laughs, and this is maybe the most genuine laugh you've ever heard from her. It's not like her melodic afterthought laugh that she seems to have a lot of time. This feels more like a belly laugh. And then she kind of like wipes away a tear from her eye, and then she says, "I knew I chose my travelling companions well." And she looks at you and just smiles, and she says, "Both, I would say."
But here squeak tales of great dragons here and of before here. Some of great food flavor and of terrible destroy destruct.
She just nods. Goes, "Yes. They were powerful, and sadly that power wasn't always used well. Fear corrupts that. Would you not defend yourself if you were afraid?"
Defending is of many ways, yes.
She just smiles at your non-answer. And she says, "Well, here we are, Fleabite. And she looks at the distance between the egg and both of you, and then just back to you and says, "What now?"
I think
Because if Fleabite doesn't reply straight away, like she will say, "You know why I have come this far, but why have you?" And hopefully that frames it better for Fleabite.
I think to
Lots of goes, "I don't know why you've came this far. Who are you?"
Fleabite will think back to words that he has been pondering and the question he's been
Somebody
asking.
can put a montage for all those clips from the previous sessions here for us.
Exactly.
Thank you. Perfect. Cheers.
And it will all go back to session 16. And in surprisingly good common tongue, Fleabite will say, "The egg must live."
And she smirks at you. She says, "And you hold to this, Fleabite."
I think Fleabite will just look at her and be surprisingly jittery for him, and just nod.
And like she kind of like crouches down in front of you and like kind of like rubs your cheek again, kind of warmly, and she says, "Thank you for getting me this far." And kind of just smiles warmly again at you.
Heckles up.
Yeah. Any other reply other than the heckles? No.
No.
Oh no, you're terribly broken
God,
up there.
that was that wasn't.
It's like a robot sneezing himself into the past. Yep, let's try that again. So, any other response?
No response other than
Okay, no response other
You know
than
what?
like.
I think this is actually canonically what he said.
Yeah.
At this
Yeah,
point,
turns out Fleabite's been an android this whole time.
just no response except.
I think it's a combination of the mouse and a few other things.
You are speaking perfectly now. Please make use of it.
Okay. No response other than to remain stock still.
Okay, perfect. It's almost like, that kind of paranoia freezing. Oh God, why?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So she kind of finishes like caressing your cheek, and then she like stands back up and like adjusts her dress a bit to sit better on her, and then she takes like a couple of steps forward, and then sits on the steps and pats them for you to come next to her. She's just sitting, staring at you now. The ever cautious Fleabite.
I think we'll sit on this part of it here.
Okay, yeah. And she says, "Would you like to know what happened?" And then we go to break.
Da, da, da.
So, yeah, we'll take our 10-minute break here. And we shall return later. See you all soon. Okay, so we should be back, we should be unmuted, and hopefully all is well. Let's wait and we'll see how that goes. I don't know.
Yes.
Still.
Yep. A second or two. While we're waiting to test that, I'll just continue with the intro. So welcome back to the Invasion Session 76 Part 2. I am Ryan, the GM. It's the 5th of January 2022. And here's some players.
Good evening, my name is Alexander, and tonight I'll be continuing to play Fleabite the Skaven, who's still pretty amazing at finding eggs first.
I am Keldrath, Dragonborn monk, who's brewing up some cider in the kitchen.
Played by
I
Chris.
wish I could do a strange accent for that. But
Yep.
played by me, yeah,
Yep.
Chris. Yeah.
Oh.
And hello,
I don't need the
am-
credit. It's all right.
Okay.
Sorry.
It's okay. Just a heads up anyway. I am Colin. I will be playing Vanguard, the Dwarven Clericy Druid.
I was going to say it's okay, like me and Colin are well used to talking over a Callum/Zig from the Monday game a lot. That was often the case. It was like, eventually Callum will get to do his intro. Eventually. But yes, how's the audio? Did anyone check? Hopefully it's good.
I'm.
Yeah, it is.
Perfect. Cool. And he's going to hear the players as well. Yeah, cool. That's the main thing. Like, usually my audio is fine, usually. It's always the Discord feed that needs to be double checked. So you were positive? All good? Yep, good. I'll take your words for it. Your silence means a lot. I think it was like one of our last
Yeah, no,
visions.
definitely fine.
Okay.
Yeah. Just awkward because I went to check because I was anyway. It's a thing.
No,
It sounded
it is all good.
just dandy.
Excellent. I'm glad. Dandy's what we aim for. And thank you again, Siren. Welcome back to us being back also. So, eggs, Fleabite, and the like. Cynthia has said to you, what's your reply?
I think I just look and tilt head, waiting for her to start.
Yeah, and she kind of like smirks and she says, and she looks like she's quite like what's the word, like anxiety is the wrong kind of like expression, or like anxious, but like she's, yeah, like clearly like contemplative maybe. And she says, do you know why I'm seeking this? And she like tilts her head back to indicate the egg. Like there was anything else in the room, obviously, that mattered.
Fleabite just sort of a very slight nod.
And she goes, well, why do you think?
You're of Brood Pack. Think you of Kill Dead from Great Dragon Things.
And she smiles and she says, there is truth in that. And she smirks a little and she says, I owe a debt to their kind. They helped me when I asked them for help long ago. They are the reason I was able to have a son. Flashback to Fleabite offering a dagger in front of Von Rune. Anything more from Fleabite, or still just...
Yeah, just letting her continue.
And she says, I had no husband, you see, no mate for which to have a son. I indebted myself to their kind. They were generous, shall we say, at providing me with the capability to have a son, without the need of a partner. However, this did not come without its own complications, as often these things do. It's kind of like, you can tell like there's a guilt to this as well. Like you can, I don't know how much of this is applicable to Fleabite, but at least the audience can tell like, there's a lot of like guilt, and she knows it was relatively selfish what she would ask for, etc.
I think Fleabite would just say pacts.
Kind of nods. Yes. Unfortunately, as a result of the pact, she acknowledges your word, they were unable to harm my child, for they could not have gifted me it if they were able to destroy it, you see. Sadly, they sealed their own fate in that action. Do you follow? Because she gets that she's saying a lot of this to Fleabite, right? She does get that.
I think, like, obviously, I think for the most part, Fleabite is following, like, not having a father sort of thing that kind of goes over his head, but
Yeah.
The fact that the dragons were unable to cause harm to Richter because they helped in his creation, I guess, makes sense.
Yeah, good. And then she says, sadly, years later, there was a unfortunate events, shall we say, that led to me being less than safe in my son's eyes. I was killed, taken from him. It was not the dragon's fault. Not directly, at least, and not intentionally. But sadly, that is who my son blamed. I believe you know what happened to their kind.
I think just look at the egg.
He showed them no mercy, unfortunately. I believe he thought he was fighting for my honor, my loss, if you will. But sadly, they were unable to defend themselves from his wrath, and he killed them. This is a debt I owe to them. And she kind of wipes away some tears, smiles at you, as if she looks a bit unburdened, stands up, dusts herself off and turns to the egg. And she says, "This is the least that I can do for them. Tell the others I said goodbye and thank you." And she walks towards the egg. You got some time to say anything to her if you want. You just wave.
I think just sort of as it's processing, is this of one bound by pact?
And she turns to you and she says, "You are not bound to anyone as far as I'm aware."
Sorry, no, I was gesturing at the egg.
Oh, right, the egg. No, I think her answer could be probably similar, right? If it's applicable to that, because she goes, "Not as far as I'm aware."
Basically, I was thinking my question was going to be how is she going to keep it safe from Richter? But
yeah,
that's as good a way of getting that answer, that if this one isn't bound by the can't harm, then that basically answers the question.
Yeah, as far as she knows, this isn't bound by the same rules And yeah, like
Might explain why he'd be so eager to see this.
yeah, right. Like also, what does Fleabite or what does Alexander thinks about to happen in this moment? If we take a small agency moment here, right? Like,
I was sort of thinking that she would just sort of touch it and disappear
okay, yeah.
with it.
Life
That's
for life,
kind of
right?
what I'm hoping.
hmm
There's always that she just like raises with her hands and the volcano explodes.
Yeah.
That's pretty much where, on one hand and the other, I'm
Okay.
at.
Yeah. So yeah, like in the scene then,
Fleabite
right? So without skipping too far ahead, then I am in the terms of speculation. Do you want to ask her anything else before she continues towards the egg? There is like one step left, so this is your moment here now. If you want to have any other dialogue with her before she does whatever she decides to do.
I think Fleabite will just ask you of paying debts, of not link relate to invasion of those that came from beyond.
And she kind of like turns back to you and she says, and then I pause her before she replies, and I say, "What?"
Does her whole thing, her being here, and all this is it just happening to coincide with the invasion, or is that linked? Is she planning on doing, or has this only come about because of it?
Well, like, do you have the answer to that, right? Because do you think she's responsible for the invasion in like your eyes, as Alexander, not Fleabite, obviously?
Don't think so. I'm trying to remember the
Okay.
year on year events, and I don't think she was related to that.
No, her timeline doesn't sync up with any of that.
Yeah.
Remember, it was like 50 odd years ago she died.
The
The only thing that linked up with that was Richter taking out the dragons, and then the migration was the only things you've noticed were similar. The turtle migration. So yeah. So no, like nothing like obvious. The only thing she was linked to was obviously long ago the Von Runes were from Evershade, right? Long ago. And then they left and set up their own place. She was obviously fond of Evershade. She had a big painting in the library she did of it, etc. But Evershade didn't seem to care about the invasion either. So, and that all seemed to do with that cult, and she seemed to be very wary of that cult. Yeah. So beyond that, that's maybe the only link she've got. She hasn't had much overlap with the invaders specifically. Yeah. So
yeah, it's sort of, is this about to make an unhappy anarch, or?
I mean, I suppose it really depends on what happens next, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So
yeah.
yeah, I think she just kind of looks back and then, like, if your question ultimately was, is this going to help the invasion? Or like what is Fleabite's like ultimate like goal in what you asked? Because as I said, that's the thing I was a bit unclear about. Like, is what you're about to do going to do what? Like, what's the blank there?
I guess it's to do because of the invasion. I guess is the.
Is it like, yeah? Is this a result of the invasion? Is that what you're asking? Like the events that have led us here? Yeah, I think like as she turns around and smiles at you and she says, "I think you're smart enough and you've been involved enough in many threads to know that, while not necessarily a direct result of each other, they are involved in each other's wakes, shall we say."
Then I'll just look at the egg.
And yeah, I think there's like a little kind of like a look she'll give you. Obviously, I know you're looking at the egg, but she'll give you like a kind of like a look, and then the kind of like resolute determination comes over her face, and she turns back to the egg and she walks closer to it. And yep, like predicted, she puts her hand out, and then the egg starts to like thrum and glow and vibrate somewhat, and she does seem to dissipate into various colours of energy, much like her teeth, all the different colours of the teeth, and yeah, she kind of ceases to be.
But the egg doesn't.
So we cut from there. So we cut from there, and we go back to Vanger and Betuv working their way towards finding Keldrath. So, Vanger, anything you want to cover conversationally with Betuv on the way to finding Keldrath, or do you want to get to finding Keldrath?
I don't think that's something that we need to really, because it would
Yep.
probably just be small talk, because he's probably not going to risk saying anything
Yeah,
that
of value,
might be
yeah.
overheard,
Yep.
as it were. So,
No, that's perfectly fine. I was happy with that. So, yeah. I think we'll probably get to you probably nearing the end of the, maybe the ending of the brewing phase. Keldrath's probably still maybe in the middle of brewing. And as I said, 10th is quite eagerly hanging over you the entire time, just taking in the events. So, yeah. So Keldrath, maybe there's some relief when you watch, Vanger and Betuv wander into the kitchen area.
there he is. There he is. Hello, Keldrath. We couldn't quite find you earlier, but I see you've been busy. Just gestures at everything.
Look at this place, Vanger. Vanger, look at this place. It's amazing. I could cook for a whole army in here within hours.
Figure out what half the stuff is.
Yeah, and I think the perception's fine, right? A perception's fine.
Because I just wonder, because this is obviously going to be pretty advanced, and he's used to doing things very basic. Yeah, I think he's like, well, it's some sort of kitchen.
Exactly. It's the world's best kitchen. It's the best kitchen I've ever seen. And I've only seen two, but that doesn't make a difference. Look at the equipment they've got in here.
I think, Betuv says, now that I've reunited you with your friend, he's being very, very formal in the face of 10th, obviously, and he's saying, if you have further need of my services, where to find me, please do not hesitate. I am at your disposal, both of you. And he nods very reverently towards 10th, and excuses himself very quickly.
Yes, thank you.
And then
Very kind.
10th says, how fortunate that you found your way here also. Were you hungry?
No, I'm all right, thank you. But I was looking for this one. Are you busy here still? Shall I leave you to it, or?
I think even 10th turns to you to look at you for this answer, he does, just very specifically turn and goes, yes, are you done?
A little while longer. I'm brewing up a cider. The cider will be maybe half an hour, and we should be able to sample it.
All right.
And then he turns
to assist, but
and 10th replies, obviously psychically to you, saying some kind of liquid accompaniment to the meal that has been prepared.
With a bite.
And he just nods at that. He doesn't say anything, he just nods.
Lovely. That sounds very nice. Yes, I'd offer to help out, but just looks suspiciously at some of the cooking instruments.
Yeah, and it probably looks more like
white goods.
And it looks more like a workshop to you, right? This would look more like a kind of dwarven workshop rather than a kitchen to you.
I mean, basically, it's I've wandered into the white goods section at Curry's from the Middle Ages.
Maybe not quite as advanced as that, but not far off it. Yeah.
Yeah. Yes.
No,
I
I think
don't.
maybe like you open a door and there's just like the vapor of like the cold air coming at you, and you just close it again and be like, that's enough of that box. Yep.
Oh, how much assistance I could provide.
No, just sit. I won't be long. I'll see what I can push along. It'll be a fantastic meal for us. Better than we've eaten since our travels. So
I trust in you and your abilities.
this place is fantastic.
Tenth just looks between the two of you.
This
very,
might
like,
sound
distinctly.
strange, but
On you go. It does sound strange. You're right.
I don't know whether I'm just being.
Oh, we're having some audio delays. Yep.
But here we go again.
Oh, you're good. Go for it.
I kind of came into audio player moment. I kind of came into this thinking that I was in trouble here, and this has gone way too easily. Now, in the back of Keldrath's mind, he is aware of this, and I want to nick myself with a knife without doing too much damage, just to see if I'm still awake and this is reality. Does that
Okay.
make any-
Yeah, it makes perfect sense. You're basically like the equivalent of pinching yourself in a dream. Yeah.
Yeah.
Red
I want to make sure I'm
sounds
not.
like it can only go well.
Tell you what. What is your wisdom modifier and what's your constitution modifier?
My wisdom modifier is 3.
And what's your
16.
constitution? Yep, so 3's in the right number. Yep. And what's your
Sorry.
It's okay. And what's your constitution one?
Is 2.
2. Okay. So roll insight,
Yeah.
and we'll take away 1 because we're going to do insight with constitution to see if you can the equivalent of pinching yourself awake or whatever. So just roll insight, and we're just going to take 1 off the result. I've never done an insight with a con score before, so it's quite exciting. Hey, an 18 ultimately. Yeah. So I don't know if like you make any reactions to like the pain that you cause yourself or whatever, but yeah, I think you're still here, right? It still seems like this is reality, but you've obviously like inflicted some kind of pain on yourself to try and test this theory. But yep, you're still here, and Tenth and Vanguard are still kind of staring at you.
Perfect. That's fine.
Yep.
That's all I wanted to know.
It would be great if you'd rolled really low and I gave you the same answer.
Yeah, exactly. But there's other things going through my mind here, so it's okay.
Okay.
I'm just gonna continue preparing the cider.
Yep. Why don't you give me one last brewing roll? And we'll see how long that takes for you to like wrap that part up.
Brewing supplies with wisdom.
Hey, yeah. So I think you've done your batch. You've got it set up. I think 10th. Once you look like you're about done, 10th says, "Do you require somewhere to present this meal? Perhaps I could arrange the table to be reset up in your chambers." And he looks between like you and Vanger, just politely.
Sure, I think that would be the best idea. Again, we don't know how much time has passed for our other friends, so
Like
we are.
even as you're in the middle of that conversation, like you just see like some of the kitchen staff from the other side of the kitchen just stop what they're doing immediately and just walk towards like the direction you came.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can I? Would it be appropriate to roll perhaps some sort of insight to see if that seems suspiciously sharp?
I think you know enough from what you've gained already to know that he's clearly spoke to them telepathically, right?
I wondered
Mhm.
maybe if
Mhm.
I could distinguish in like did it seem like they were just very quickly obeying an order, or like
Or controlled. Is that what you're going for?
Yes.
Yeah, you can roll insight
Yes.
for that, yeah.
lovely?
Yep.
I have rolled an 18.
Yeah. It's quite hard to say with how like clearly formally trained the staff are, right?
Fair.
But they don't look like glazed over or automatic. They did move with enough natural movement that makes you think it's just like, hospitality training that you're looking at, rather than
Yeah,
it's not almost like, creepy stop motion levels of mind control.
it didn't seem unnatural.
Mhm.
It didn't seem like it was disjointed. Like it was just people being moved rather than moving.
Exactly, yeah.
Okay, that's cool.
But definitely
so
like sharp
maybe a
enough to
little-
have made you want to roll that, definitely, right? Like it was definitely like, well, that was
enough to get you to almost narrow the eyes, just maybe
Mhm.
slightly imperceptibly, just like.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
So they're heading to
Bear
an
with me
empty
one
room
second.
ultimately, as far as I know at least. But you know, Fleabite's in that room, right? Totally. Yep.
Sorry.
Yep.
So that's good. Yeah, and then based on what you've like arranged, Tan says, do you require any of the staff to assist with transporting the meal to the room or to the chambers? I think you would say.
No. If there's some sort of trolley or something like that, we can manage that ourselves. Will you be joining us again, Tenth?
I believe you had extended an invite to myself, and if that
I had
invite
to.
remains in place, I will avail myself of it. Yes.
Of course. Excellent. Excellent. What I will do though is I'm going to take that as a surprise for Fleabite.
Do you want to
You
try
may
that
not
again?
enjoy
We
the
missed.
vegetarian dish that I've prepared.
So I got a surprise for
all-
Fleabite.
All of that.
What was the other thing? So what was the other bit? The start of that. So you're going to take something.
Yeah,
for Fleabite.
the so yes, the dish that I prepared earlier, the one that I more or less
Okay.
destroyed, not knowing the equipment. I'm
Yep.
not sure Fleabite will enjoy the vegetarian stuff, but I'll take that just in case he enjoys the disaster more than the actual meal.
Okay. Yeah. Sure. So you take like
It's not notoriously picky.
the really pungent meal you're going to take for Fleabite then. Okay. Yeah. Cool. Yeah, and like if you're happy trying to like get everything on a trolley
Yes,
and move
exactly.
up,
Exactly.
you can pile everything onto like some kind of a trolley fashionable thing and then move it up to towards the room. 10th looks between the two of you and says, "The arrangements will be ready within the hour. I shall join within the hour, or do you require more time?" Looks at the meal prep.
And an hour would be perfect. I think. Yes, we will have everything
Kind of nods,
sorted for that. Perfect.
then just kind of like creepily wanders off, just leaving you
Can
to
I
it.
assist here with anything in the trolleying phase?
You pile up 2 curry banquets essentially, I guess, and then some cider.
Yeah, we put that in a barrel, or is it just in some jugs? In some jugs.
Mhm.
I think Vanger could carry a couple of jugs.
Yeah.
Okay.
Healthy size, sort of. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, and then you just want to head back to the room. So yeah, you just get back to the room after some time, and you just get there, and obviously there's people going in and out, setting up, that kind of banquet-y kind of setting again and such. You just get in, and there's no sign of Fleabite anywhere. But obviously the staff aren't saying anything because they were busy doing their jobs, and then they're pretty much done by the time you get up there, right? So by the time you actually get in and wheel in the trolley and such, you are unpacking onto the table. They've left, used to it ultimately, the staff. So you are, I guess, alone again.
Well, Where do you reckon he's gone to?
There's only one place I think he's gone to. Him and Cynthia together.
I expect you're right. Well, this could be advantage, or it could be not. as we'll find out, I'm sure. What shall we say to them if someone asks where he is if he's not back yet?
Like 10th, who'll be here in like half an hour. Yeah.
The tooth. I went to make a meal. You came looking for me. Fleabite was still here. Where he's wandered off to. But I think if we try and lie too much to 10th, we'll
There's no need for
get caught.
deception.
I think eventually he'll
really
pick up
don't
on
know
it.
what he's
So, as much. Correct. Correct, I agree.
Well,
More importantly, we hope he returns before 10th gets here.
shall see.
There's a knock at the door.
I'll get that.
Shall I get that?
Oh, if you like. I mean, you can draw straws. Do you want to take it?
Vanger, why don't you get the door and Keldrath can finish setting up the table, right?
Okay,
I'll have that.
I'll get the door then.
Yeah.
Hello, bear with me 1 second. And there. And I open the door.
Turns into a bear, opens the door. Yeah. Betuv is looking awkward, like he's looking down the corridor and stuff, and then looks back at you and then just says, may I enter?
Please, come in.
Oh, that smells interesting. Like, trunk goes up
yes,
and steps away.
It's something.
He kind of comes in, like takes the door.
It's a
from
vegetable
you,
curry.
Vanger, and like closes over the door.
Yes, one of those. Yes, sorry, Betuv. We I had to keep up appearances.
Yes, as you may have noticed from in the kitchens as well. Apologies about perhaps being seen as abandoning you. But
Yes.
Again, it would not make sense for me to linger in that
Of
particular
course.
social situation.
The thingy, the stone. Keldrath, do you have it in your person? Still.
I do. Yes, it's here.
How long will it last, its effect? He said something about. Alright, out of character.
Cynthia said.
Yeah, what are you saying in
yeah,
character and out of
Cynthia
character?
said it would last an hour.
An hour. So, has that time probably been used by now?
No, remember you need to activate it.
So it hasn't been activated. Right.
Activate it.
Well, perhaps I can step away to have a look for Fleabite while you finish up some preparations here.
I remember you've got for
Yes.
talking set you've got about 30 minutes roughly, give or take. There's maybe like a bit more narrative time if needed, but there's about 30 minutes worth of time you have before 10th will turn up, roughly. Right.
Of course, yeah. Of course, I could always do so afterwards, but
It's like, how does this device work? If you, Vanger was saying it allows some kind of translation. Quite
I haven't
fascinating.
used one before personally, but usually. Sorry.
No, I've got nothing to add to that.
Yeah.
We never asked that.
But usually you just.
We never asked how to activate it.
No, it's you usually just. The word I think that would fit best is that it works intuitively.
I see. This Enchanted device.
Indeed.
Right. May I see it? I tell he's quite eager, obviously. Like, he is quite eager. I mean, you told a guy that had to spend years of his life learning languages that you've got a stone that does it for you, so...
Yeah, we got a magic language stone! Where I come from? Yeah, that's understandable.
Yeah, it's like a wizard going, yeah, I spent, 20 years learning Minecraft. And the horse like, I was born magic, yo.
I was born. Yeah.
So,
Yeah, so
Caladrath.
So yeah, I'll take the. I will take the
Magic
stone out and I'll hold it in front of him. Yeah, the magic.
Yeah, and he looks at it and he kind of turns it over in his hands and stuff, and he goes, how do you know it's enchanted? It looks like a mere stone to me. Somewhat aesthetically pleasing, mind you, but still a stone nonetheless.
It's certainly possible. We haven't actually tried to activate it yet. It could have been misled or deceived, but I don't believe I have been.
To a degree, we trust the person that gave it to us. So,
yes.
as Vanguard says, until we try it, we have no real way. And
can I quickly do something with thaumaturgy? Maybe what can thaumaturgy do again? It's more limited than like
thaumaturgy is pretty much dramaturgy, if you want to phrase it that way, right?
Yeah.
It's for drama, really. It's the kind of Gandalf standing up really tall and dark and posing, or changing the color of like candle fire, or like like a campfire.
Yeah.
It is quite dramaturgy based.
So I would like to use thaumaturgy to. What I'll do is I'll just click my fingers, and then it'll be like a distant peal of thunder.
Okay, right, yeah.
And I'll just say to him, it's like that. Just I'm not very good at clicking my fingers.
Yeah.
The best of times it won't come across with us.
Yeah. And yeah, like it'll maybe like catch him a bit by surprise. Because the funny thing is,
I know that was going to happen.
The funny thing as well is it's not even, you don't even need to click your fingers for this to work. It is just like
I know.
word, which is good. So I like the the very obvious.
The clicking the fingers is literally just like a nice little
it's
visual
an indicator.
and audio cue.
It's why Jean Grey in the cartoons has to touch her head, so kids know she's using
exactly.
her power. Yeah.
And Charles always forever.
Yep.
Yeah. So it's really is just like a to show I don't know the mechanisms for how that worked. I can't say. Well, I could prove that it would work next time I tried it.
He looks at you and looks out, like maybe like out towards the big open, like kind of veranda balcony area, and then looks back at you and kind of like chuckles a bit to himself. And this is maybe one of the first times you see him be like kind of like humorous or like laughing. And then he goes, "I have something similar," and he just blows his trunk.
Okay.
And then just laughs to himself, saying, "It seems like they do similar things." And just kind of chuckles a bit to himself. And this is like, he's obviously caught up in the wonder of the moment, right? Because you've told him he's holding a magic stone that'll let him learn any language. And you've now just done some magic in front of him that he's possibly not been exposed to a lot of, right?
Yeah, that's sort of why I did like a little minor bit of magic, just to sort of give him a flavour of why people might just take it for granted.
Yeah. So you definitely got his attention. And a bit of candor with him, right, back and forth with his behaviour. So, yeah. Anything else you want to ask him in the moment, or?
Well, I think he's, the point has been made that time-wise, it's maybe not the wisest to try and do this now. So, well, perhaps in a short while after we've entertained 10th?
Yep, that's it. 10th. Yep.
10th.
PHF, I believe it was.
We could join you once again, if you wouldn't mind our company, of course.
he like nods, maybe a bit too eagerly, and he says, hopefully, you are able to slip away again without too much observation. I believe you know where to find me.
I'm sure he'll manage. Thank you.
Yeah, he kind of laughs and he hands, like, I guess, like Keldrath, you're still like finishing setting up the table, wrapping that.
Yeah,
up.
after giving the stone, I move back. Yeah.
Yeah, and then like he'll just like gesture for the stone for somebody to take it. He doesn't really mind who takes it because obviously Keldrath gave him it, but like Vanguard, you're probably closer.
I will take it because I was thinking like, I mean, it was sort of me that having the conversation.
Yeah, so he kind of like hands it back to you, and he says, "I hope the meal goes well." Yes.
Thank you.
And he kind of like shuffles off, very cautiously, like leaves the room, and the door goes and shuts.
Well, nice chap.
Another ally.
He does certainly seem the friendly sort.
I
But,
think our search for knowledge has enticed him. Is that the right word?
he certainly piqued his interest. He's clearly a man who has a desire to share what he knows and what has gathered of the massive knowledge that unfortunately has been poured, perhaps. But of course, I understand the perspective. They've isolated themselves from the world through many upheavals, and now find ourselves again in a time of upheaval. So I cannot judge him for wishing to protect his people's legacy, but clearly wants to share, and I think it will be. I think it will be mutually beneficial. Certainly hopes.
Yes, I hope
May I
so
ask?
too. And like most nations, we all have our secrets.
May I ask though? You were preparing the food. Did you notice anything strange? That you were warned from their food, and if you might have, well, if there might have been something present in the food.
I don't know whether you noticed, but I'll show you show him the small cut in my finger. Within the kitchen area, it all just seemed too unreal, too easy. I purposely nicked myself with a knife just to make sure this was real, and it just nothing seemed wrong at all. I thought once he caught us in the corridor, I would be coming back to you as somebody else, as something else. But
I
no,
trusted you would talk your way out of it. I didn't think you would talk your way into the
there's
kitchen.
nothing.
Well,
It just
may I suggest we don't take that to
seemed
chance?
the most obvious.
We have some time left. I would
Yes.
like to do a small ritual. And then what I would do is use one of my first level spell slots to purify food and drink.
Does it count as a ritual? Because if it does, you don't need to use a spell slot.
Well, I just said a ritual, but I don't think it is it?
Just because it is a mechanic in D&D, so you may as well use it if you can.
How do I
It would
know?
say it would have an R next to it in Roll20.
It does actually. It does. Yes, I'll use it as a
It's
ritual.
annoying that it
That
doesn't
takes-
say it on the actual spell card there.
Yeah.
That you put into
But
chat.
it does have it though in the character sheet, so that takes what, like 10 minutes for the ritual version?
So it's the casting time plus 10 minutes. So 10 minutes, 6 seconds is what
Yeah.
that'll take.
Wow.
Yep.
So
Will that fix flea bites food?
No.
I mean, yeah. I was just
Good. It's not
as it
supposed to.
says, non-magical food and drink within a 5-foot radius center. So purified and render-free of poison and disease.
Mhm.
Those are perhaps very specific mechanical definitions that might not necessarily how they will translate to a story thing is.
Yeah, but like I think considering Vanguard's able to do this over 10 minutes somewhat effortlessly, right? In terms of expending energy, right? I assume there's
Yeah.
some kind of ceremony based to it, right? But ultimately, there's no material components or anything involved in this, so it is quite a matter of just your power over something, right?
Yeah, it's one of the most clericy things you can
Mhm.
do. Actually, it's like
It's
it's
good.
like
It's really good. It's a really good spell as well. The fact that it
Yeah.
is a ritual is really nice. So yeah, you can do that to the food itself. Obviously, it depends what is classified as a poison or a disease. But luckily, if there were any, you'd be free of them, which is good. Within the food, so you can at least
How,
take those preps.
like,
Yeah.
significant is the non-magical part?
What do you mean? How significant is it? All non-magical. Well, it means that you can't summon food and then purify it,
yeah,
right? That's what it means.
because it's not.
Right.
It's not that it
if-
cures non-magical effects. It's that it cures non-magical food, which is a very weird specification. But that is
It implies a lot
clearly-
of like trickle down rules that come from that, which there aren't a lot of, to be honest, off the back of that. But I think it's just to stop people making say, "Oh, I make a magical poisoned pie that I summon with magic. Here you go." It's to stop the spell just being like a catch-all, right? Because it is like a first level spell. It has limitations. It's just a very weirdly worded limitation.
it's yeah.
Yes, I put it in the wrong place. It's non-magical food, not non-magical. It's not free of non-magical
Yes.
poisons.
Yeah.
And disease.
Yeah.
That makes more
Yeah.
sense. Yeah.
Yeah, like the focus there isn't on the poisons and diseases part. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
It is. It's very very odd wording.
Are we
there you go.
surprised by good old 5e? Yep.
I'm shocked.
Yep.
I would never.
If you look too closely, you'll see the rules. Yeah. But no, you can obviously you're pretty confident, right? Almost 100% so that you've sorted all of the food out.
I think I don't know that he would have any reason to doubt that he
Ex-
would be able to do that.
there is no reason, right? Unless there is something like super wrong with the food, and you'd think Keldrath would have noticed that by now, right?
Yeah,
I'm
that's
saying
sort of
this
how
as the
I'm like,
GM. You'd think Keldrath would have noticed that by now. I'm not saying he didn't. So yeah, like you can be pretty comfortable as a player knowing that you're not just gonna take a bite of this and die. So
I hope so. We might get brain wormed, but let's see.
because it depends if that counts as a disease or not, right? So
It does. It very much
Is
does.
it a
but
magical food?
At this stage, we're kind of committed to this course of action.
Yep. And the good thing is, like, Keldrath rolled well for preparing this particular meal. Maybe not the one he's feeding Fleabite, but he did roll well for this one. And I would say that that should factor in what goes into it. It's not like somebody could walk up and sneak something to it without him noticing, unless, I would probably have offered him a roll if that was the case. Like a counter roll.
It feels like he would probably
Mhm.
notice some sort of evil tadpole.
Yeah. Or like, as soon as he turns around to get the salt or the spices, and then you just see tend to vomit up a bunch of tadpoles into it, Like, yeah, you think you'd notice or at least hear that.
Streams
That's
of
why I put extra
tadpoles.
salt.
A deluge.
Known killer of tadpoles. I mean, probably. Not a tadpole expert.
Turns
it
out
might
he's
be.
just, instead of like cooking one, it's just been cooking vodka everywhere. Just that's it. It's just that's how Keldrath does it. But anyway,
I've been cooking vodka.
back in the scene, is there anything you guys want to do before 10th arrives ultimately?
Aside from cook vodka. No, I think that's probably all I can do.
It's not cook vodka, you need to blow away more dust on the cover there, Vanger. It's cooking with vodka.
Oh my god! The Serf Man was a cookbook!
Oh dear.
Interestingly, To Serf Man was a cookbook is one of the pieces of advice that Dawn quotes back at Buffy when she sends her off to Sunnydale High's new building in season 7.
And to be fair,
Sorry!
it's
I
okay.
just had to tell you that!
It's the first session back. What would it be, Colin, without a Buffy quote from you? Or at least reference. So
Is
anyway,
Buffy on the bingo card?
Yep. Tick.
Yeah,
Yep.
congratulations!
Weirdly, our intro was so smooth as well by comparison. So yeah. Anyway, anything else you want to do in the scene before like 10th would arrive and thus goes away your agency, as it were? Because you've purified the food and drink.
I'm going to do it again.
Yeah. Go for
I'm
it.
going to do something silly. I'm going to walk over to the open window and I'm going to shout. Well, not. Do you know one of those silent shouts, hoping he's in the vicinity?
Yep.
Fleabite, get back here!
I believe I called them the Jack Bauer shouts. You know, where he whispers to somebody. Very intense whispering. Yep. That joke has aged me as well somewhat. Now I think about how old 24 as a TV show is.
I remember 24. I think I watched it once, but I remember it.
Well, this was definitely aimed at Alexander.
I knew that Jack Bauer was the guy from 24,
Yeah.
mainly because of Designated Survivor.
Yes, which is just the inverse of 24 with the same plots. I loved it. So yeah. But did you ever experience his extremely quiet shouting? It was amazing. It was very bizarre, but it was something unique to that character, I think. Definitely felt like he was screaming at somebody, but whispering it impressively. But anyway, so you want to go over to the window and I guess try and get Fleabite's attention, I guess.
Yeah, just in case he's close.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
I mean, obviously we don't have the psychic link with him, but
It's okay. It's okay. Yep. And excuse me. Meanwhile, Fleabite.
Wild.
So obviously we get Keldrath going to the balcony and shouting at Fleabite as the camera pans away through the rock into where Fleabite actually is. And then yeah, the after effects of the kind of magic swirling around this egg, the kind of cracking of the stone that seems to have like formed at the base of the egg. As I said, the kind of like vibrations to the stone underneath your feet. And then again, like an intense heat radiating out. There is definitely not nothing happening right now, Fleabite. What's the plan?
Can I see the crack in the ceiling where we were looking?
You probably would be able to find it reasonably well, just because I know obviously what Fleabite's like capabilities are, but you are like, I can't remember how far I said it was, but it was like, was it 300, 400 feet or something? I can't remember. It was something significantly away, so you probably can't just see it. No. Plus, remember, you're looking up into like a stormy sky ultimately on the outside, so I don't know how much light would be coming through the crack. Obviously, if you got up there and looked around for a while, you could probably see it, but there isn't necessarily like a smooth way up from where you are. You are quite centralized in this chamber. If you like swam to a wall or something, yeah. Sadly, you don't have Dimension Door because that would probably like that's got 500-foot range. You could probably have got to like the ceiling from that.
Okay, then I think the question is, do I try and stick around long enough to see, is this a bad place to be, or do I just assume this is a bad place to be and get out a dodge?
So is this a player agency moment, or is this you trying to like get like a nudge and a wink from the GM kind of moment? Because my answer to you is do what Fleabite would do, but the players may have a different answer.
Do not do what Fleabite would do. No, then think in this instance, this is definitely a do what Fleabite would do instance, because I think what Fleabite would do here is the sensible thing of run away.
Gets his pot and pan out and his spoon and fork. Yeah.
But who knows? It might be, might be wise to have someone there when it awakes.
All I think Fleabite would see in front of him is, this is a hungry dragon about to wake up. I don't want to be here.
So, hopefully that helps you, Alexander.
Yeah, but also like,
that was your Ask the Audience, by the way.
If you're the first person it sees, that makes you
it'll
like in charge.
Yeah. That's the dice you have to roll, right? Like imprinting versus being eaten.
I don't know if dragons imprint. Also, I think imprinting is perhaps overstated as an effect.
Yeah. Oh, for Fleabite, that might be important, you know. So Fleabite.
I think probably
Start to try and
a
beat
very.
the bag of holding over it while it's vibrating away. Like,
I knew I should have been chipping away some of those crystals before she started talking. And pull out.
I'm not
yeah.
hearing it.
I mean, I just heard and pull out, and then you were silent. It got very awkward.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Yeah.
So I think I'll just pull out one of now very limited Earth Elemental ammo, and just throw it.
Just so you know, it is glowing.
I'll throw it down at the spot that Cynthia was standing.
Yeah. As you do so, like obviously, like, you know, skips a couple of, you know, I was going to say steps, but that felt wrong to say that. But it skips a bit when you throw a stone, and then like the energy seems to like be pulled out of it, much akin to what happened with Cynthia.
This is feeding into something that we heard previously. The idea of feeding it. I think throw a few spell slots at it now. I've changed my mind.
You're like a kind of like spiritual Vanger over your shoulder. Just throw some spell slots at it.
Oh, I've got an even dumber idea, I think.
Do it.
Going. Yep, keep going. This is Fleabite's moment.
Out with my psionic mind to try and connect.
God.
To it.
That is a bad idea, I think. But you know what? You do you.
Okay, so can I take a GM and Colin agency moment here? What is it with rats in doing that? Right?
I don't know.
Colin,
I
like,
don't know.
it's a recurring theme.
Listen, this one is probably not going to get shot. Callum.
Callum, you're precious and you're loved, but wow, you're questionable at making Zig's decisions. Entertaining though they may be. Anyway, back in this game. To be fair, Thea in this game would just be as bad, right? Like this would have been Thea and Fleabite here, to be honest, and it would have been just as bad. Because I think Callum's exact words were, "I want the dragon as a pet." So yeah,
Well, you know.
Yep. But yes, so your plan, Fleabite, is to psychically connect with the vibrating egg that seems to be absorbing energies from things that get near it.
I told you it was a terrible idea.
Yeah,
but it's
if
the
it's
idea that I had.
If it's what you want to do, that's fine. Yeah.
It's mainly just because I had to go and reduce my counter, and it was right next to my psionic power counter. I was like, "Ooh, that's an idea."
Do you want to look at any of the rest of your sheet for ideas, or are you happy sticking with that one?
And that'll do.
Okay.
I'll quit.
Right. Do you want to paste it in? Committing. Excellent. Okay, so yeah, Fleabite, in a moment untold to audiences past, present, and future, you reach out with your mind to connect to. I'm going to assume whatever's within the egg rather than the egg itself, or are you going for the egg itself rather than something within the egg? You tell me.
I would assume whatever is the creature living. What I think it has to be a creature. Yes, a number of creatures. I cannot connect with anything else.
Yeah, my question still stands. So you want to connect with the creature rather than the whole, as it were. Okay.
Yeah,
That's fine. Yep. Yeah. I need you to do a con save and a wisdom save. Any order you please.
So this is where the Fleabite build is very strange.
Uh-huh.
Because my wisdom saves are actually my best saves.
Yep.
Which is find very funny.
Yep, you just
Why not?
yeah.
Why not?
That's where you put the
So-
balance in flea bite. There. Yep.
I'll start with the con.
What about the
Nice.
pros?
Nicely done. Yep. And wisdom. Well, hey! Double 23. I'm sure Jim Carrey would be very appreciative of this. So, that's a very old reference now, I think, as well, actually.
That made no sense to me at all.
The number
What?
23. It was a movie he did. By the way.
Jim Carrey did movies?
Yep.
Sorry.
That's also a dated reference. I don't know. Sonic was pretty popular, and he was in that. People know him
So
from
I
that, right?
heard.
Yeah.
Sonic
like-
the Dormouse, yeah.
Yes.
Sonichu, yeah.
Yep. So.
Oh god, no. I shouldn't have said
So. Flea bite.
Hello.
Hello. See your spell slots?
Yeah.
Yeah. Remind me, they're level 2 or they're level 1, right? 2?
They are level 2. I
Level
have two
2.
level 2 slots.
Yeah. See in the level 2 slot section, can you put -8 in there for me?
I have done so.
Thank you. Can you give yourself 4 levels of exhaustion, please?
God.
And then I assume your sheet's set up to facilitate that.
It is. Ooh, I forgot about that one.
Yeah,
Ooh, that's one I don't like.
yeah. It's
Hit point maximum. Is that new?
I'll deal with that in a second. And then yeah, the other the other effects. See your all your resources for your abilities. Can we zero them all out, please? As well.
Yep. I'll just put everything to 0. No.
Yeah. As you stand there, reaching out with your psionic mind to connect to this, there is a lot that goes through Fleabite's head in like a flash, very, very quickly. You feel your body get completely like racked with energies being like torn from you. Like if you can imagine whatever makes Fleabite like mystical or magical or like non-mundane being like peeled off your bones. Like it's not pleasant. But again, everything that Fleabite is, you're doing what you can to to cohesively hold yourself together in the face of this hunger, this pull into whatever's within the egg. And you black out. And we cut from you there.
Yep.
Yes. And then we go
I
to
can see
the...
no downside to a dragon that has Fleabite's brain.
Yeah.
We then go to 10th appearing at the door. Obviously the doors are just opened. He doesn't knock. And he enters, and then the doors get closed by the staff behind him. And he says, "Am I on time for this meal?" And looks between the two of you.
Do you want to field that one?
Yeah, Keldrath, you reply? Might be muted, you might not be, might just be delayed.
Better.
Yep, much better.
Hey.
Is that any better?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Much better. Yes, 10th. Welcome.
We seem to be one short.
Our companion Fleabite. Yes. Oh, we returned after Vanguard came
He's,
looking for me, and
yes.
there was no sign of Fleabite. He's a flighty character.
Do you
Sure he
wish
can't
me
go
to
too far.
assign people to look for him?
I'm sure he'll smell the food and be back soon. If we give it a little while, we can Hopefully he will return to us.
I can't imagine he'll.
What's your passive insights, right? They're calculated the same way your passive like perceptions are, only with insight instead of perception. So it's probably
Sorry, I missed that.
your passive insight. It was calculated the same way your passive perception is. So your passive perception sits underneath your skill block on your
Passive perception is literally just like your like 10 plus mod, right? Like
it could be if that's what yours equals to. Yeah.
so yeah, because like for instance, I've got 16 wisdom, which translates to 13 passive wisdom because it's 10 plus the
Yeah.
mod.
If that's the case, so yours will be 13 then. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that'll probably be the same for Keldra. I think your mod was a +3 for wisdom as well. So,
Yeah.
Do either of you have so your proficiency? I take it doesn't come into play for that then, by the looks of things. Unless neither
Or
of you.
perception.
No, for insight. So
For
passive
insight.
perception.
I've got
is
mine
what's-
ticked.
That's
Yeah,
fine.
I do have.
Do either of you have
perception.
perception ticked as proficient?
No.
Okay,
That's
then
interesting. Hold on,
yeah.
I'll tick it for a second, and it does. It adds
Yeah.
4 because it would mean I get
Perfect. Yeah. So
right.
so add your
So be 17 for.
okay.
So
And if Keldrath is the same, these are both get the same then, right? Passive insights. So yeah, you can both tell, and maybe Vanger clicks on a bit quicker than Keldrath purely because Vanger has asked to do these rolls before, specifically. When 10th offered, do you want me to assign staff? You can see he already did it. Like you can tell the way
Right.
he like moved like his facial features. He has already assigned that task out. You can maybe tell the way he furrows his brow or whatever.
okay.
Um,
I think there's a strategic element here because I've sort of initially said, "Oh no, don't worry about it." I think Vanger isn't going to say anything and wait and see if he acknowledges that he has done that.
okay.
Like,
Yeah, I like to see if like he brings up the fact that
is he going to mention that clearly he's already done it, even though he asked and I said, "Oh, it's not necessary," sort of thing.
yeah, and like there's definitely no reply for him after that, right? So if the conversation continues normally, whatever that means, like he doesn't bring up that specific subject up. He just I think the next thing he'll say is, "Do we wait on his return before the meal commences, or do we continue in his absence?"
He's never been too concerned with manners. Of course, I defer to the chef.
Oh, would of course be polite to wait for him, but as you say, my plan is here to offer him a choice of meals, and I've no doubt at all that our friend Fleabite will choose the spoiled meal, or rather than the delicious meal that we are going to enjoy. So yes,
The camera does a
Vanger says,
split
I think
screen, and it's
we'll
like
do this.
Fleabite lying drooling on the floor of the cavern. Yeah, and yeah, like I think you all sit down to the meal then, right? You all kind of begin. From what I remember, you rolled like what was it, like a 21 or something like that for this meal. Like it was a pretty decent roll for the meal. From what I remember, it was pretty damn good. So
23.
23, yeah, it was because 21 was the initial how to learn, then an 8 on your first attempt at the meal, a 23 on the second, yeah. So yeah, like it's a pretty damn tasty meal. Again, there's that horribly awkward choking sound that comes from 10th as he like ingests. It's not pleasant to listen to at all. But there is like a weirdly like formal politeness to the act of it, because you can tell this isn't what he eats, right? This is clearly not normal for the consumption, unless this is their table manners, right? So yeah, you kind of get that interesting experience again. Does anything get brought up at the meal? I think like the only thing that Tenth will say initially is the tastes are quite specific.
Yes, I'm not quite sure
Yes,
what-
there was a wide range of. Sorry.
I like that you both say that at the table.
Am I going
though.
again?
I like that. Yeah, please carry on.
Yeah, I was just going to say there was a wide selection of spices, and I made use of them for what would be a brave concoction, shall we say. Oh, and the cider, of course. I'll pour out a couple of glasses of the cider. Result?
And there's a look that crosses Tenth's face as well, as like the cider's offered, as if, oh yay, more. Like, there is definitely like a this is probably not as pleasant for him as it is for you. But he does. He takes it. His tentacles like splay out a bit as he lifts his cup. Yes, and again there's that like choking noise as he's like swallowing it down. And says, "Your time here in Barris, you wish it to be productive, I would assume."
Oh yes, certainly. But tell me, the Peru obviously are not so used to entertaining guests. Will they mind our company long? Shall it?
You are a extension of my guesthood here.
I'll just give him a nod.
And then he says, "It is not without expectation, however. I do have an offer to both of you and your respective peoples." And he kind of like swirls the cider around and looks at it and then just like sits it down as if I considered drinking more but chose not to. The cider, by the way, probably tastes lovely. Just so you know, like you did roll really well on the cider roll, so it does probably taste really nice. But clearly Tenth is not someone that
Does he get
enjoys it.
drunk enough to fall down?
No, he barely touches it. Like he tried it once and then he's kind of like he's
Yeah.
nursing it now. Yeah. But yeah, like he is basically saying, I have something to ask of both of you. Are you open to a mutually beneficial interaction?
Of course, but can't claim to speak for my people.
Precisely what I'm asking you to do is speak to your people on my behalf. There's there's a stare, right?
Opening communication.
And you, yep, opening communication.
Are you speaking of opening communications between your people and our people directly, or
The short
are we correct
while
as
I
messages?
have observed both of you, I have made note of your unique traits that I think would be beneficial. And I do believe that my people could assist yours as well. This world is not safe. It is infested, and I wish to ensure the safety of your respective people. I only ask that we are welcomed to make this offer.
Have some limited, admittedly, but some pool among there in the circle.
I believe upon arrival, you will be noticed.
Can I insight that?
Sure. What you trying to work out?
Is he implying that he's already done something that
Um,
might affect how we're perceived by others?
you can roll, right? Roll, and we'll see.
Yep.
Right.
It's not a good roll, right?
Yeah, like you're not getting that vibe though, right? You're definitely not getting the vibe that he's already done something. You're getting the vibe that he would be doing something. rather than would do something to make you more noticed, not has already done. Is the
Right.
vibe. I can't really give you more than that though.
Okay.
But yeah, there is that implication. Like almost like he would do what he could to assist vibe is maybe what's conveyed.
Okay.
But you could ask him about it, right? Because you've not got anything to like read into, you could just vocalize that.
Yeah. And how could you be sure of that?
And then for the best that you can tell facial feature wise, like there's obviously like muscle contractions around some of the like tentacles at his face, and like clearly it's the equivalent of like a smirk or a smile, or at least some kind of like pleased expression. And then you hear again in your head, our arrival is somewhat unsubtle. And then gestures just above, vaguely. And the implication here is like the storm outside with the ship at its centre.
Yeah.
I
see.
May I ask of the infestation? Is this the...
Yeah, it's for you, Chris. It's the
When's
Gith.
the
We have spoke of this a couple of sessions ago. Obviously, like
Yeah.
within the last couple of sessions, both of you have exchanged this concept that like 10th definitely believes that the Gith are an infestation, and he has kind of treated you guys as you are here to fight it, because that's kind of how you got welcomed in here very quickly.
Yeah.
So that's all stuff you'd already know, so you don't need to ask that. Keldra. All that. But he definitely means the Gith, 100%. He's always expressed a bit of disgust towards the Gith.
I will then carry on and say, instead of saying that, then I'll say, one of my long-term aims will be to revisit my homeland, as I've not been there since I was a child.
We'll
So,
be able to assist you in this regard also, much like we would with Vanger and his people.
then this is intriguing. What would you expect?
And again, there's that like odd smirk to the kind of like tentacle arrangement, and you hear again, simply a welcome, nothing beyond. I speak for myself and I do represent my people, but it would not necessarily be myself assigned to your respective peoples. There may be others. I simply ask, as the representative here, to speak with your people. You represent your people as far as I am concerned. And this is like, specifically, it's weird he's using the term I, because as I said, he generally uses the term we from previous sessions, but he is specifically just like making a distinction between...
Yeah, he's distinguishing himself from the...
Yeah.
Very well.
Yeah, how does Keldrath feel about this? Because like Vanger is obviously tentatively like, let's not rock the boat, let's kind of say okay maybe, but like Keldrath, you seem a bit more reserved about this.
Okay, so my next question will take you down that road.
Okay.
My people are not very trusting. There are few that I believe travel outside our homeland. This might be difficult.
There's a weird choking laughter that you hear audibly, right? And then, you know, it like tugs at its collar and then like flicks its neck a little bit as if like clearing its throat. And it looks and it says psychically, "My apologies, but I found that quite amusing. Your people are isolationists, and yet here we sit, welcomed guests of a isolationist people."
Yeah, I'll swirl my cider and Slightly sniggered as well.
Yeah.
Yes, it
and
seems
Yeah, they say like we make good
to be a
first
theme of this
impressions.
world.
We make good first impressions.
What can be? How to phrase this?
Well, ask us, right? Ask us. Don't ask.
Right, I
you know,
want to
yeah.
basically say, well, what can
What can you offer? Yeah.
us to aid against these outsiders? Essentially, is what I'm saying.
Okay. I mean, what
But
aid
in a way
do,
that sounds a bit less mercenary.
what aid do you offer? I guess maybe. Like,
I mean,
what would be gained in an exchange? You could say.
yeah,
That's something a bit more neutral.
That's yeah, that is, isn't it?
Yeah.
In this exchange, what would we gain that would aid in our defence?
Our expertise with this infestation. We have quite the experience with them. Still with me?
Yeah,
Yep,
yeah.
cool.
Mhm.
Yep, it's okay. It's just
Yeah,
it was
yeah,
silent
just
for a
thinking-
second. Yeah, that's okay.
I
As long as I know.
silence
Yeah.
is bad, but yeah.
It's okay. As long as I know we're still here and we've got connection issues.
Yeah, I was
yeah,
looking
yeah.
through my like, what's broken now?
Yep, all the tabs. That's okay. As long as we're pondering, right?
No, I was giving it a sort of, just because it was
If you are a
he's
bit
sort of-
reserved as well, like if you are quietly contemplating that moment, like I'll have 10th continue, just so you've got a tiny bit more info to work with there. So this is obviously our expertise. We are quite familiar with this infestation. We understand how they think.
We believe that is war the correct
Yeah, you could say war if you wanted,
phrase
yeah.
between yourselves and the Gith has been going on for we have no idea for how long. Your technology that obviously brought you to our world.
Do you consider the Baru to be superior to your kind? Simply in their understanding of the world around them. I mean no disrespect by that comparison.
From my perspective, even from just looking at their kitchens, their technology is way in advance of anything beyond these walls.
And I would ask
Your
you to
technology-
consider that I am a welcomed guest and representative at the Baru. Sorry, for the Baru is maybe a better phrasing there. For the Baru. We have much to offer. And I imagine our gifts would be of more use or more benefit to you than the Baru. Yet they saw value in our alliance. You can decline this. It is a request. But I would hate to see this infestation claim your people, like it is trying to claim mine. You can insight him if you want,
Well-
Colin, by the way, just so you know. Like if you wanted to insight that, because I know you quite like doing insight
yeah,
checks, so...
I do actually want to do an insight check here, and I'm gonna cash in the inspiration
Okay.
just to be safe,
Sure.
because I want to know if that particular line was bullshit.
Okay.
It's
Yep.
still not a good roll. It's
14's alright, yeah. No, like, you're getting the impression like genuinely believes everything he's saying, right? Like genuinely, like he believes his people are at threat from essentially this plague that is the Gith.
I must ask though, given the obvious capabilities of your people, the Gith roaming our world, warring amongst each other, they're a danger to a civilization such as my own. What threat do they pose to you?
Gives you a look. Like he kind of like takes his like slightly pleasant demeanor, as pleasant as he looks, I suppose. And he kind of stares at you and says, "I extend the hand of friendship to you, but it is not yet received." If you want to read into that, he's saying that's a bit personal. Mm-hmm. You can tell it's a person like keeping his cards close to his chest, not just hiding things from you, but just being very openly. Yeah, we're not that close.
Yeah.
But that's all he says.
I think Vanger just gives a slight nod. And I think it's probably... I don't think Vanger is making particular effort to hide that while he doesn't necessarily disbelieve that, he finds it very strange.
It is an odd thing to be like presented with, right, as an option. Because the things you're asking isn't like it makes sense why you'd ask like, why would you do this ultimately?
Like, it's even just like, why are these people a danger to you?
Yeah, in your skyships. Yeah.
Yeah, like what threat? Like, because it doesn't seem like you were flaunting your technological superiority to the Baru a second ago, and now these wandering nomads that can just about manage tents are a threat to you. Like,
it's interesting, isn't it?
It does not add up.
Stares at the camera in every world. What? No. Anyway, carry on.
Like, obviously, I think the circumstances that the the Gith currently find themselves in are maybe not reflective of what they would be able to do.
Yeah, from your so Vanger spent obviously loads of time with like the Gith Sarai. At least they are definitely on the back foot here. This is not their normal conditions. They are, as I said, they've been fleeing anyway, but this is the worst they've been in. And because they normally jump between worlds quite, like, not even quickly, but like quicker than they've been here. They've been stuck here, remember. So they've managed to find ways to get elsewhere, but this place was strange when they got here, and they were kind of stuck.
I think, like, because it's the old sort of Connecticut Yankee and King Arthur's court thing, where it's like, how much would you actually... You take some people from an advanced civilization, you chuck them into a world that doesn't have those resources. How much are they actually going to be able to cobble together? Maybe a lot, maybe not. So, yeah, maybe it's not reflective of what they can achieve at their full potential. Maybe that's what he's worried about.
The best thing as well is like there's a way to like completely screw them over if you wanted to screw the Gith over, at least the Gith Sarai, and that would be probably offer this guy those crystals, which I think Fleabait has in his bag of holding. I think that's where we established those live.
Yeah.
Yeah. So currently in a cave. But yeah. So this scene, is there any like answers to 10th's offer yet? Or is
I think that Vanger is just going to... It's... Our world does face a grave danger. This is a large decision. I hope you won't be offended by not taking it lightly. And what he might read into that is, I'm going to need some time to think about it.
Yes, that is exactly what I got from that, yeah. And like, Tenth's kind of already explained that, right? Like, I kind of don't really need your answers instantaneously, right? Vibe. Yes, please, consider this with some severity. I do believe we have much to offer each other, and if not in assets, perhaps simply through culture exchange. Maybe you stand.
I'll give him a nod that's sort of like it's like a respectful nod of agreement.
And like with that, like he stands up and like nods to both of you, and then again you hear like, "Thank you very much again for your hospitality. I do find myself ever so welcome in this world, despite its hostilities. Good evening to you both."
Nod back.
Good evening to you, yes.
Oh,
You've given us much to think on.
please allow me it's that much. And then he kind of like excuses himself. And essentially saying, please consider it with that phrase, right? Like he is saying. Because you can tell he kind of like with your insight rolls and such, like in your passive insight, you can tell he does believe that, right? He does think use will benefit. That is definitely like he has a lot of conviction that way. And he has been nothing but like welcoming, but he is weird, right? He has that like there's an edge to him. You can tell that much, but to what end? Is it because he's in ultimately he's in the back foot, right? They're at the behest of the benefit, or what's the word I'm looking for here? The generosity of others at the moment. So yeah, it's interesting. But he leaves, and any exchange between you two before we close out the session?
I would, for one thing, I would thank him for the meal.
Yeah.
Well, Keldrath, that it was a very pleasant, if unusual curry. Seems we have much to consider.
Yeah, they didn't have much. The brew don't seem to eat much meat. I will be
suppose
honest, I was worried about anything fishy.
Fair.
Oh, I see a pun. Perhaps we should. Perhaps we should keep an eye out for our friend, since I don't know about you, but I got the distinct impression that he wasn't so much asking about sending someone after him as telling. And
I would agree, which leaves us with two choices. We try and find Fleabite, or we go to the library.
Oh, so let's not answer that yet. Let's just cut there, right? And we'll go to Fleabite. So Fleabite.
Mm.
You come to at some unspecified time later.
You would say I strayed out of thought and time.
I wouldn't. You would though. And then something's, clearly prodding you to get you up.
Cynthia's back?
Thea? No. Lyuda? Imagine they all just joined the voice channel and it was everybody again. Let's bring them all back.
Fleabite turns to see what that is.
Yeah, so you kind of like pick yourself up off the stone again, possibly that line of drool coming out of your mouth. And then you look up and, you're staring at and let the colour be very dismissive, since dragons are dragons. But staring at a very young looking dragon in front of you. Like, it's clearly like poked at you to nuzzle you awake. And it just kind of cocks its head at the side, probably the same time Fleabite cocks his head at the side. And any final words before I cut to black? Nathan?
Nothing clever enough comes to mind.
Good enough then. So yeah, just get both of you like cocking your head to the side at the same way.
I think that's the way to end it.
And it's very like, a very, very young, like, I'm going to say red dragon because I told you all the dragons in this world were red. So yeah, and that's where we end that session back. So, what would you like to call the session?
I've stuck in a suggestion, and
Yep.
there's another couple up there, further up.
Also going to suggest exchange or exchanges. Either of those. In the bin. Flea bite.
Kinetic Gith-Yanki is actually very good.
Yeah, I wondered about just that, a Connecticut Gith-Yanki.
Yeah, King Barrett he doesn't quite, but yeah, Connecticut Gith-Yanki. I'm gonna give you.
No, I quite liked ghetto Twitch clipping, but I know that wasn't a suggestion. Any other suggestions?
Is that less binnable?
It's pretty equally binnable. But it is what it is. At least has one vote from what I can tell. So, yep. Any other better suggestions though? And that is completely biased on my part.
That was my one from earlier. Our host.
Now, do you want it to be host or do you want it to be host?
Which do I want it?
I don't know. Were you making a point with adding an A in? Like toast?
Yeah.
Okay.
Wait. Which one is host? As in, like
the one I wrote. That's why I thought you added an extra.
I definitely would have put it. Yeah, I would.
Yeah, because it looks like host, doesn't it? It does look like host, but yeah, it's host. It's an odd one. Okay. Our host isn't bad though. Yeah, it's a reasonable one. I think it's a very, very good one personally because it's, you're being hosted and also the creepy Illithid meaning behind it. I love how you edited yours and left it A in.
One was a mistake. One was me just not knowing.
Yeah. It's fine.
Oh dear. Right. Any other suggestions for names? Yeah.
I've definitely written host spelt like that in parasitology exams.
Okay.
Oops is all I can say.
Ops, I think, is the pronunciation.
Host also we could have like the host, the angelic host, the heavenly host.
Yes,
that's another meaning of it.
I also like the Art of
an
War
army
as
or
the
a
suggestion
fleet
that you
or-
put in there, Chris. That's good as well. Yeah, I'm trying to think of something to do with cooking, like culinary exchange or something like that as well. But yeah, it wasn't coming to me. Okay, well, if there is no other recommendations, we seem to have a winner, much to my disdain. Yep. So, a Connecticut Gith-Yanki. That's what we're going with. I guess we'll remember this session well.
Yeah, it's a shame we haven't busted that one out before, but I just think it's a good reference.
So, that looks spelt right, I think. Nothing like that, no? You don't want to go anywhere near that? Nothing that... We're still sticking with a Connecticut Gith-Yanki, not like Cynthia's Sacrifice or anything.
No, Connecticut Gith-Yanki's great.
Okay, I'm willing to go with the votes.
You do have GM powers though. I mean,
no, it's okay. I just know that when I look back, I'm gonna go, what was that session about? That's fine. I'll stick with the votes.
Nothing from Twitch.
No, Twitch has
I'm getting a
abandoned us.
never-ending circle.
Nah, Twitch has abandoned us. So I'll post that over. In 5 minutes, we'll probably come up with better ideas, but that's fine. Let's see.
Yeah, exactly.
It's how it works. Right, so 7 to 6, and pop this over. Copy on. It was the 5th of Jan, 22, and a Connecticut Gith-Yanki. Here we are.
It's
Oh,
great,
dear.
and it's not a spoiler.
Exactly. No, like I know it's why I didn't really want anything with dragon in it, really. But it is what it is. I was trying to think of a pun with the word omelette in it, but I couldn't either. It was sadly beyond me. But I think it's just 'cause my brain's mush, because it's my first stream back, so it's a lot. And it's also my first GMing since before, so which is
The
accurate.
first time since last time.
Yeah, exactly. I was
Since the
gonna say.
before time.
Yep. Right, goals. Let's have a look at those next, shall we? Okay. So, have we freed the Baru from the Illithid?
Not yet.
Okay.
Not yet.
We did decide the fate of the dragon egg. You can finally move that over. So someone want to take ownership of that and do that. It's probably not going to be Alexander based on his...
I'll
Yeah.
do it.
Yeah. Remember and put it at the bottom of the pile.
This is the bottom. Oh
Yes.
god, we're using the inverse order of what I...
It's just the order it's always been here. It just made more sense to do it
It
differently
does
on
make
Monday.
more sense, right? You're right. I guess we don't have a safe exit from the mountain now, though, or maybe we do. Maybe the safe exit was the friends we made along the way.
I mean, the safe exit might have just been offered to you at dinner.
Mhm.
Right?
Wow.
Which is worrying.
Offered
For safe
to
for
you
home.
for dinner. No. Right, and have we stopped the death Cynthia predicted it?
No, when we never will.
No.
But we don't have a huge amount of ideas. So.
We haven't defeated Menglod, and we haven't secured a safe exit from the mountain. However, new options have made themselves available, it seems. That's something. Right, Fleabite, I do not believe you spent any time with Vanguard this session,
No.
or in communication with him.
No.
Yep, so we'll move on from there.
The great man once said,
Yep.
oops.
Vanguard, I don't believe you have yet learned the reasons for the fall of the Genasi.
Not for want of trying,
Yep.
but maybe next session, because like,
Yeah.
we do still have that stone, and yeah. No,
And
I
you
see
have
it,
kind
I
of
see it.
cleared up the 10th interference stuff now, right? Like, because he got himself involved when you were going through the corridors. That's kind of been put to the side now, right? You have handled that. It has taken a bit of time, but you are maybe a bit more freer to go to the library now, which is good. And Keldrath, you didn't, I'm afraid. Sadly, you didn't.
No, that's
Avoid
what. Yeah.
Yeah, like as I
Yes,
said,
yes.
it is a personal goal. You had no direct hand in it, so not going to give you that one. But obviously, you can update it to reflect the new conditions that are in play.
Stab Fleabite for awakening the dragon egg and not letting me do it.
How dare you take that abstraction from me? Yep. Oh dear. Right, so goals, right? We have a blank slot in our general goals. Are any of the rest going to change as well? What do we feel? Because we need to fill the blank goal. So what's next for the gang? What are we thinking?
I think we need to find out what exactly they have for or on Baru.
Mm-hmm.
So do you mean like why they're entertained in the first place? Like that?
Yeah, well, it seems like there's some sort of dealings with their leadership.
Mhm.
Like, do they just have them mind controlled? Do they actually have something they want?
Okay.
Is it a bit of column A, a bit of column B? You know, did they just...
Is that maybe like a stepping stone
down.
to the goal you've got in place? Right? 'Cause
It is sort of, yeah.
But like, if it's going to be like difficult, because freeing the brew is not going to be easy if they need freed, right?
Yeah.
And the key here is if they need freed, because it's going to be even tougher if they don't want to be. So
Listen,
if they want to be.
we will liberate the shit out of these bastards.
yeah, we brought your liberty against your will. So yeah, was it Loki?
See,
would
the
say, a
thing with
free
that
choice?
is, though, we do have at least 2 Baru that have intimated that they're not happy with the
Yes.
Illithid being in control of their
Indeed.
Very much so.
their rulers, whichever way. So is 2 enough to base us freeing them on?
I mean, I suppose the
I
answer
think
to
we
that is
trust them more than we trust 10th.
that's fair, right? There is an instinctive distrust of an Illithid, though, I think, right? There's definitely the meta of that, I think, that does apply. Because it's a mind flare, right? It's, yeah. You can't not be shaped by that opinion.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? But, yeah, like, so, it could be a goal in itself, but you might need to, like, ascertain. It's almost like a way to say, is the Free the Baru worth it? Right, that goal you've mentioned there, Wenger. Because if you're wondering what the relationship between the Illithid
Well,
and the
it's
Baru
not even is it worth it. It's more like what exactly are we freeing them from? So, like for instance, you could still have very much a situation where it is like a convenient political arrangement, and also something under which the Baru are kind of, just because the yoke isn't actual mind control doesn't mean you aren't
Yeah, but the implication
what's
of what
the
I'm saying
term?
is that they're in some way under duress, in some way.
Yes.
But if they're not, that other goal isn't possible then, really. Right? That's what I was saying. So really the goal you suggested about working out what the Illithid have on the Baru is kind of a way of clarifying, is this goal even pursuable or not? So it's not a bad thing to
Yeah,
go
I
for.
suppose
Yeah.
you could put it that way.
And it
yeah.
gets you XP on the way, right? Which is nice if you kind of ascertain that. So I think that's something that could be a goal if you wanted that to be. You just need to work out a wording that says what we said and pop it in. And it can just be something as simple as ascertain the relationship between the Illithid and the Baru. It can be as simple as that, if you want. Or even if you want to specify Baru leadership, you could do. It's entirely up to yourself, but obviously, please
put something.
pop that in. Yep.
Just that effect, yeah.
Everybody else happy with that? Like, Chris, Alexander, all happy with that as a direction?
Aye.
Now, any of the other general goals, do you have any ideas to replace them? Because obviously, just deleting them is pointless, but replacing them is fine.
Exactly. Yeah.
So, any other things you would like to do while here as a team, besides reunite?
Easy options.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, and the other easy options to put in here would be to agree to what 10th is asking, and I don't think with the first 2 that's on the cards, that we don't have any intention of helping 10th.
Yeah.
So there's no point in putting a goal like that in, but it would be an easy option if
It is
the
there,
first
yeah.
2, for instance.
I think it would be a longer term goal, really, if you were going to go through with that angle, right? Because that would involve a new story arc, or at least a new location, depending on where you went first, right? I think as well, like it does tie into secure safe exit from the mountain, because it would obviously entail probably the Illithid delivering you to your homeland. So, yeah.
Yeah.
It's already kind of factored in, I think, because ascertain relationship between Illithid and Baru, if it's all good and positive, you might want that for your people, right? Keep them safe from the infestation. So,
yeah.
And regardless of what you think about the Gith in general, the Gith-Yanki are violent. So, there is that. Okay, any other opinions about like some of the goals there? Any strong suggestions for new general goals, or are we into personals now? So, Fleabite, personal goal. What are we doing with it?
I'm trying to think.
You'd need to sync up your
Like,
campaign with Vanger again before that one becomes pursuable.
I don't think that one is completely shelved, but I think there are more immediate concerns.
Yeah, I would agree with that statement. It's still totally a goal worth pursuing, I think, because it at least shows us more of your interactions between each other's characters, but there probably is more pressing things to deal with.
And I know not die isn't a goal, but
yeah, but maybe ditch or dodge, Richter's calls for a while might be worthwhile. Yeah. What's the thoughts?
I'm thinking like learn how to not have
learn how to
baby
train your
dragon
dragon.
starve.
Yeah, okay.
Beat it.
So learn how to care for dragon? Is that it?
Learn how to no.
Don't suppose anyone could move my current goal into the ideas goal pile.
Sure, somebody definitely could for you.
I can do that. I can do it.
Thank you.
Ideas. I'll put a little space. I like leaving spaces between the ideas goals. I've decided.
Okay. And you happy with that wording then, Alexander, or are you considering something else?
I was thinking that I can't exactly remember what the wording was, but it
was it
sort of learn what it.
Learn how to keep it alive. That's a bit broad.
How to keep it alive.
Learn what it eats, I guess. Seems too easy to me. But learning to take care of it is probably valid. Fleabite becomes a ranger now. I much prefer changing learn how to for care for the dragon is a much better goal than learn how to do it. Just so you know.
I don't know because right there's no endpoint to.
I think it's why I like it better, because it means Fleabite isn't just going to attempt to chew on it for the rest of the session or game, I should say. Right, Vanger, are you happy to pursue yours? Because yours is still in scope, really, for your it's still possible, right? You've managed to get rid of the obstacle that was 10th. So yours is now.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna stick with and I think
I could see that getting done next session. To be honest,
I think we can get it done. I have.
And
faith.
you've done enough work this week and last and stuff. And I say last week loosely, but you know what I mean. Last session, it's enough goodwill between you and obviously Betuve, right? Betuve is a little more relaxed around your intentions with the knowledge, rather than and you both mutually have distrust of the host, as it were. So it is you've done enough work to make that task easier. He's maybe going to be less defensive about that knowledge now. Excuse me. If you're happy to keep yours, good. Geldrath, what we're thinking?
I'm typing one in just now. Okay. I'm going to put in here, try and arrange a meeting with the brew leaders to try and ascertain their, again, and it feeds into the ones above, so you may not like that.
So I like the goal but it is so close to ascertain the relationship between Illithid and Burr leadership, right? It really is.
Yeah.
I
It's
don't.
just feeding into that.
Yeah, leave that with me though, right? I'll see if I can come up with anything to like shape that for the week. The answer is probably not, but I will try. To see if I can have some suggestions as to how I can get used, like, because I don't want to like say, because they are different goals, really. They are different, but they're so parallel. It's almost like double dipping for XP. But I really don't like. It's not like I'm trying not to gatekeep XP. They're right. Like I don't really want to gatekeep it. So, like I'm happy with it enough to say leave it for now, and I'll come up with something that is in the same vein if I can, but different enough from both of those. And it might just mean I slightly tweak both goals, but we'll talk about that before we go live next week anyway. Something we run. I'll definitely put up.
How about?
Okay.
How about?
I'm just waiting for arson to be the one word you type in.
The aristocrats.
Yeah. Arrange a meeting with the Baru resistance leadership.
It does imply there's a resistance leadership, okay? But technically, Batuv hinted at that.
We've got two of them.
Yeah, Batuv did hint at that. Because he did say there are some amongst us who ... Right?
the Peru Liberation Front.
La Resistance lives on.
We're not the Peru Liberation Front, we're the Liberation Front of Peru. Who's the popular front then? He is.
That's good.
Sorry, I love that scene.
It's good.
But what have the Illithid ever done for us?
Yep, fantastic. Okay. Yeah, that's different enough. I'll give you that. I wasn't expecting that. That's good. Oh,
it's also just one of my favorite scenes in that film. I'm sorry, I know, but like, there's the bit where he gets caught writing in terrible Latin, and the Cleese's centurion tells him to gives him a punishment exercise of writing it all out again properly. The people called Romans, they go the house. Wonderful.
Yeah, the sense of humour the Pythons had is peak, right?
It was a beautiful, beautiful thing.
Yeah. Oh dear. Right. Okay. So we're on to wrap up chat, I think. So everybody got 900 XP. I hope you've noted that down, because that was our goal, right? We got a goal done.
No, I did not. How much was that? Sorry.
900 XPs. Yep. Because you're level 9, as far as I'm led to believe.
So 5.
Wait, 55500.
Right? Is it
0?
Sorry, what? Let's go back.
Did we get 2 goals, right?
Did you?
No, just one.
I only got one. Yeah. Yep. The goal that you've got was the should be in our completed pile. Why can't I see it? Is it down the bottom? Yeah, decide the fate of the dragon egg. Yep.
That was the only. I thought. Did we not? No, because Fleabite switched his out. Yeah, no, sorry, I get confused there.
Yep.
Apologies.
It's okay. So, what was our new total? Sorry, so it's a
55500.
555,000.
Because my mental arithmetic is so good, I just have to read out the numbers.
Yep. So 55500 is our new total. Even
55500.
Okay, yep, this is starting to sound like that. Yeah, I was going to say it starts to sound like that IT crowd moment.
5551. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Everything's updated. Their totals. Excellent. I think was it 64?
64, yeah.
Is the next target we're aiming for. So we're still a wee bit away, but we've it's not been that long.
We need to engineer some fights. Is what I'm hearing.
Yeah, let's just fight all the Baru.
In 4 days.
Yeah, when you recover. Poor exhausted Fleabite. But yes, so wrap up chat time. Why don't you start us off, Keldrath?
Oh, this could go badly. Especially with the signal I'm getting. I will be 100% honest. Me walking away with 10th did not go the way I expected. I expected to walk into the kitchen, be fed some alien whatever, and come back a minion. That's the way I 100% thought that was going to go. So for it not to go that way, I'm quite happy with.
I was going to say,
honest.
I was hoping it
I
was a
thought
good outcome.
I was in trouble walking down that corridor with him.
Oh, good.
Yeah, I've spent a month thinking I'm coming back out of wherever I'm going here as some sort of slave, and it just turns out I made a meal. There's some disappointment in there. There's some,
yeah.
Well, did
I mean,
did you come out as not a slave? Because after all, a man chooses a slave of peace.
Fucking hell, Colin. Yeah. No, good. I'm glad that was at least a bit of an unexpected turn for you then. You did well.
Yeah, I've spent a month thinking that I was
gonna lose your character.
Coming out there a zombie then, if that's the better way of putting it.
Yeah.
Thinking. And I've just become a better chef with better technology.
Yeah.
That's fucking fantastic. Sorry about that.
It's okay.
Language, but
yeah, no, good. Good. I'm glad you can kind of relax a bit. You're not quite as in peril.
Yeah, exactly. I had been planning in so many ways to try and escape that situation. Try to think through different scenarios, and yeah, it was a waste of time.
Even the wrap-up chat from the last session as well, we were like, I can try and stun him and just run and say he imagined the whole thing. So
yeah, exactly. Honestly, I was going to let him go into the room first, and I was going to shut the door behind me and run like somewhere. You know what I mean? All these things. How do I get out there the quickest way possible?
And I think that's the main thing for me, is that I don't think 10th is quite being what people have expected, and that's kind of the point in the character for me, has been like, you would have had this expectation of what a mind flayer is, and clearly quite a different experience in the flesh.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And I must quite honestly admit my disappointment that Fleabite woke the dragon with Cynthia. The Dragonborn did not get to go near the dragon.
The dragon egg.
Something mightily wrong there. Dragon egg, yeah.
There's
something mightily wrong there.
Yeah, it's going to be, was it 3 Men and a Dragon? Right, that's going to be the new arc. Let's just raise this.
That's next week's one.
Yep. Yeah. Anything else, bud?
Nope, that's me. All good.
Yeah.
Good to be back.
Yeah, it is. It's been good. Good to be back.
Yeah. And my trips to Southampton have also ended, so we don't need to worry about that as well.
Woo! I can see the scheduling chat next week. So, guys, about those trips, I won't be here that week.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. I'll change it the next day or two, trust me.
Yeah.
But no, all good.
Excellent. Vanger.
Indeedy. Vanger I am. And a slightly less eventful session for Vanger, who mostly went to place and spoke to a friendly person, went to place and spoke to another friendly person.
Yeah.
So, excuse me, I'm very sorry. Yeah, it was a bit more stress-free, or a bit less stressful would probably be the better way to phrase that. In fact, for Vanger, who was really, he's sort of under less sort of strain to. You know, there was no sense of peril for him in the way that there was for Keldrath, and to a lesser extent for Fleabite, because that was a quite an event. So I think I got a bit of an easy ride this time.
Yeah, I'd say
it was fun. It was very, very good to finally get that conclusion. Obviously, that starts a whole new thing, and there can be all sorts of complications down the road. But we've hit that big sort of first main objective. It's been the objective of the campaign thus far.
Yeah,
it's done now, and what comes next? You know, so that's an interesting place to be in, because what does come next? How do we? feed care for this dragon. How do we use this dragon to our advantage? That's going to be a process.
Yeah, I'm quite excited.
Obviously, Fleabite's absence was noted. He's not exactly in great condition. There's definitely a risk there of this being detected quite quickly and causing a problem. We also had a bit of a sort of probing conversation where we were sort of trying to find a little bit of the methods and use of the illithid.
Yeah.
Obviously, we have a pretty good idea from what others have said, like what we kind of think they're up to, but we don't know the exact specifics, and we don't know really what's happening here. We just sort of have good reasons it isn't necessarily good, or at least not universally seen as such. So there's a bit of it was a little bit tense. As I say, I think I had it a little easier than everyone else this session, but it was definitely a little tense trying to sort of like, how do I say this without directly antagonizing them? Because not only do you want to sort of avoid what could be a very dangerous fight, but excuse me, I don't necessarily want to antagonize them and get ourselves ejected.
Yeah.
We've been welcomed into a place people aren't usually welcomed into, and it does seem that it's very much contingent on Henf wanting us there, and so anything we say that could potentially upset that balance has the potential to get us kicked out, which could be a real problem. For instance, if we were down a party member and they were in bad shape and we don't know where to find them.
Yeah, like if that scenario happened for chance.
Yeah, if that was the thing that were to happen, then it would obviously be very bad if we did get ourselves kicked out. So, yeah.
You know, Fleabite is king of Barris, is all I'm hearing. Yeah. Yeah, that was good. I think as well the unfortunate thing was the roles we had from the previous week kind of dictated you were in the wrong place with the wrong stones, right? Sadly, because you were able to sneak ahead, but the stone sadly was taken on by Keldrath and 10th. It might have went slightly differently if you'd managed to get into the library with the stone as well, but there's nothing to say we can't, take that direction now, obviously for next week, which is good. As I said, you seem like Batuv seems quite open to this, as he'd obviously said before your meal. So there's definitely options and at least direction in the short term. But you are right, like that is kind of like the first big story arc, like kind of reached now, right? I want to say done. Done felt too fine listed there, but reached. And yeah, it is quite like exciting. I think to be like, what's next now? Like, what do we do to this world now? So yeah, it's exciting because you literally are now at that stage where it's like, who are you siding with ultimately, right? What is your plan? You're now in this kind of precariously important position of, do we want to expose our own people to like deal with it? Is it a bad thing, or does it just seem like a bad thing?
I do think, like, to the large extent, I think I'm sort of just entertaining him. Like, I don't think there's much room for convincing Vanger, partly because of what he's been told from people who've obviously more experience with him, but also partly because he just sort of believes they are the enemy he has been guided to fight. And
that makes sense from the way he's awarded
goals. He's not going to treat them with a degree of respect or humanity, but it does mean that he's not giving them the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, yeah.
From Keldrath's point of view as well, on this, I'm only taking Vanger's insight into this, his knowledge into this, that the illithid are the bad guys here. And as you've said, against all the interaction that we've had, it doesn't come across that way.
Yeah.
But I'm basing my full belief in what Vanguard has said from the past. So
I mean, to be fair, Vanger is
it's
basing
a
that on
strange
what like
situation.
he's experienced from the
Yeah.
Gith-Yanki, his time with them, but none of that was seeing any illicit interaction firsthand, right? That was all of the actual like damage you witnessed would have been due to the Gith-Yanki. But obviously
Yeah.
the Gith-Yanki did say this is the illithid's fault, though. The reason this exists, because I think just for a wee catch up for anyone, the Gith-Yanki blamed the Gith-Yanki for waking the illithid, and thus, coming after them. And the Gith-Yanki believe if they wipe out the Gith-Yanki, everything's going to be hunky-dory, right? That's the rough summary, I guess, the paraphrasing that at least Vanger is somewhat aware of from their plight, as it were. But yeah, like Vanger hasn't seen any like first-hand damage done by illithid either. So yeah, it's an interesting kind of like place to be. But then psychic brain-eating alien things are likely to be good at adjusting perceptions, I would say, if I was a player. As I said, I wouldn't be immune to the meta, sadly, of mind flare is probably bad. But you can only deal with what's in front of you for your characters, right? So
Exactly.
Vanger, anything else to add?
No, I don't think I've
Okay, thank you. And Fleabag.
Wow.
Yes, indeed.
So would Fleabite just be like a paste right now if it wasn't for that con wisdom roll?
It's best it's left to the deleted scenes. Behind our Patreon wall, obviously.
The end of Last Crusade thing.
You did very well. Let's put it that way. A 23 on both saves.
Yeah.
Yeah. Roll20 is like, well, he's been around long enough, so keep him some more. It would have been very bad for you. Let's put it that way.
I'm curious. Like, saving throws for Fleabite is just a weird thing that wisdom and charisma, two things Fleabite not well known for, actually just as good really as his dexterity.
It's because that must be warlocks. That must be what they come with, right?
Yeah.
That's what you start as, because that's what dictates your proficiencies and saves when you start. So yeah, it's a good starting point, at least for you. I think if you'd chosen to build them from like a rogue point first, you'd maybe have been at like maybe some disadvantages later. So I think you picked the right order. But yeah, you did very well on your saves. I hope you appreciated, for budget reasons, you had to stay on one set. Yep, the new year after all, tightening the purse strings, etc.
And just I if I hadn't had that idea of like Cynthia and the earth elemental ammo, that would have been fun. And then I can psychic link with things.
Yep. I've had players in my other games be like, wait, I'm psychic. I'm a link with this weird thing that I don't understand. Yep, go for it. Why not? As I said, Emmeline did it in my Monday game, and then Zig kept doing it in the Monday game. Yep. Just went very, very smoothly. So welcome to that club. It's been good. It's always fun to see what that could mean as well, right? Going forward.
Yes. Skaven Dragon.
I love how you're like, oh, so this one's going to be free of a pact. Is that right, Cynthia? That's probably a good thing, right? How do I bind myself to this dragon? Yep. Maybe is more of a warlock than you realize. Yeah. So yeah. Maybe you want to be the good parent though, Keldrath. Maybe that's the thing you want to get in early. Be the good parent to him. Oh dear. But yes, also, Alexander, it seems like that's perhaps the swan song of Cynthia as well.
very much feels like it.
Yeah. Hopefully that made a bit more sense though, right? With her like unburdening herself of her tail, right? Kinda, yeah. Maybe clarify some of the earlier events that people may have lots of questions about, specifically about the capabilities of Von Rune himself as well.
Yeah, it does sort of put obviously Von Rune is super capable, but it makes a little bit more sense if they weren't really able to fight back.
Yeah.
Like, obviously, it still takes a lot of effort and will and strength to kill all the dragons.
I love how you're wording this like
easier.
he's watching, and I love it.
I mean,
yeah, don't worry, he can't hear you right now. Oh dear. But yeah, like
that's just what he wants me to think.
True. No, but it is good. Like as I said, it was something that I was quite excited to be able to share that like piece of information eventually, because I knew it'd been quite a thing. Going, oh my god, how did he? And it's been since like really early in the campaign. You have known that, like really, really early, like the first couple of sessions, really, like since she's hit like Runestad, etc. He's learned very quickly his capabilities, and everyone was like, okay, so let's not mess with him. Now you're going, oh, like the dragons kind of screwed themselves over without realizing it. Thus, they couldn't take away the gift they gave as part of their deal with Cynthia. So you can maybe see why she was eager to repay her debt, right? Because, she still has a son. So that's how that works. But yeah, no. At least, if nothing else, you were at least with her in the end, which was nice. Since you did have a bit of a connection as the game continued. Definitely would have went variously different ways if some of the earlier cast members had been there. Yeah. Any other thoughts?
I'm glad that it wasn't just the volcano erupts.
Yeah. We'll see how that goes. There's always time, right?
Well, it could be a wee while away, and Fleabite wouldn't be able to get very far. Fleabite's we're back to the exhaustion levels.
Yep. You're
haven't missed those.
Yeah. Let's say that the exhaustion levels are a nice excuse to not just kill people's characters outright.
Yeah.
Let's file it under that. Like having good
Definitely
saves.
better than death.
Yeah. Powering up like the birth of a dragon is pretty big. So yeah. And given what like both Alexander and Fleabite's opinions about Cynthia's capabilities were, you can imagine there was a lot of energy that went in from her alone. So yeah. But yeah. Anything else, bud?
Oh, this is going to be interesting.
Can you also see that offer was made sans Fleabite at the table as well? Because imagine if Fleabite being taken home to make that deal for his people. The 10th.
Yeah. Yeah.
Escape and just eat 10th. Like,
yeah.
That's how I see that going, quite frankly. Oh dear. So yeah. But yes. Anything else, bud?
Yep. Looking forward to how it continues. As always.
Me too. Thank you all for playing and returning in this wonderful new year. Thank you. My pleasure. I thank you to everybody who watched as well. Thank you again to Siren for being, our number one fan. Yes.
Her fan.
Yes.
Very kind.
I said that, Colin. Our fan. Our number one fan.
I'm fairly certain I've made that gag before as well.
Yes. I'm sure there are other people that may or may not consider themselves
10 maybe times.
But yes, beyond that, yeah, I'm quite excited to see what happens next time as well, because there's a lot of open roads for next week, so I'm quite eager to see which ones she's burned down. Until then though, say goodbye everybody and good night. Bye.
Goodbye.